This is just the tip of the iceberg.
We go inside the Hong Kong prisons to meet the Canadians facing life behind bars.
We couldn't record anything inside, so I just had to frantically write out notes.
And hunt down the criminal network here in Canada.
What did you think was in the suitcase?
This is the first time I've seen anything like this in my career as a drug investigator.
In terms of requests and dedications are all lined up, and Jade wants me to read her message to Mama. Hello, Mama. It's me. On the radio talking to you.
A Canadian teenager facing life in prison in Hong Kong sends a message to her mom over the airwaves.
You're the best mom ever, and I'll be home soon enough. I miss you so much and love you with everything I have. Here's Jeff Healy, Angel Eyes. From Jade, the Canadian girl, to her mama.
The only time 19-year-old Jade can actually speak to her family back in Canada is once a month by phone, with a timer counting down her 10 allotted minutes.
Are you okay, honey?
Trying.
We miss you so much.
Me too.
I need you to listen to me. Always remember, everything is monitored. This conversation is being monitored.
Mm-hmm. I have 38 seconds left.
If you plead guilty, they will give you a lesser charge.
I'm pleading not guilty, Mom.
Okay.
I don't know how they can put me in jail, Mom. Okay, all right, time's up.
Love you.
Love you, baby. Bye.
I love you.
Bye.
Love
Bye.
you.
Love you.
Love you.
Love you so much, Jade.
Bye, Annie.
The terror starts when the conversation ends, and you know that connection ends, that I can't talk to her again.
For another month?
For another month.
It's an eternity for Jade's parents in Cambridge, Ontario.
She is always Daddy's little girl. It's the absence. It's not knowing. It's not having her here. She's my girl.
Rewind to the moment that changed everything. September 2025. A flight from Toronto touches down at Hong Kong International Airport. 19-year-old Jadiria, who everyone calls Jade, picks up her bag at the carousel. As she's leaving the airport, she's stopped by customs agents. What they find when they open her luggage has altered the course of her young life.
What do you know about what was in that suitcase?
Based on the documents from the Hong Kong authorities, 25 kilogram of cocaine.
And when you read that?
It knocks the breath out of you. Because this is your child.
This is what 25 kilos of coke looks like. The bricks were packed inside this suitcase. In a news release announcing the arrest of a 19-year-old female from Canada, Customs pegs the value at 18 million Hong Kong dollars, about 3 million Canadian. But how did this young, sheltered Canadian teen become a big-time drug mule? Hong Kong is a long way from her hometown in southwestern Ontario, the small city of Cambridge, where Jade grew up with her younger brother Jared, her retired dad Gary, and her mum Nadiria, who's a nurse. Jade was born with a cleft palate, and so her childhood was spent in and out of hospitals.
She grew up with her insecurities and what her friends look like, what she looks like, but she overcame those things. Oh my God, sorry.
You've spent your life trying to protect her, and now you're in a situation
where I can't do anything for her. I feel powerless.
Jade recently graduated from Conestoga College and was working as a security guard at a homeless shelter while active in her church.
I felt it in my spirit, and I was like, let's get baptized. And it's like, let's go. And now we're here. We're standing in this cold water getting baptized.
Just weeks before she got on that ill-fated flight to Hong Kong, Jade came home to say she'd landed a new job as a courier.
She was excited. And I dealt with this guilt as a dad, why I didn't probe, why I didn't ask.
What did you think when she said that she got a job as a courier?
I thought local. Who thought your daughter's going to get on a plane like around the world?
But who hired her for this job? And did Jade know what she was getting into? That computer on the dining room table has some answers. Jade left her Instagram account signed in, and this one private message to someone named Cameron D'Souza on September 4th, 2025, is a major clue.
She was responding to a story that he posted on Instagram.
Yeah.
I'm curious, what's it about? And the story was like the job offer?
Yes.
A couple of hours later, a response. Hey, it's an onboard courier job for a company called Nickel Shipping. The job title is listed as International Package Shipper. Worldwide travel with compensation between $2,000 to $7,000 per trip. Ideal for frequent flyers, digital nomads, or anyone who travels internationally and wants to earn extra income. We work with massive companies around the world who pay big money to have things shipped fast and secure. Jade asks if she can look up the company online. He tells her it's based in China. They don't need a website or anything in North America.
You're telling me, okay, so how do I know this is legit and I'm not about to get kidnapped?
Jail is the last thing on my mind. Just looking to build a team of my own.
We pay your flights, accommodation, food.
The job pays $5,000. Jade says, wow, that's a lot of money.
And she says, dude, this seems like a dream. Like it's not even real.
Highest win rate guarantee only at Luxury Casino. Why would you play anywhere else? Install now.
What if we told you that the hottest casino in town was actually your phone?
Seems like a dream. Like it's not even real.
Yeah.
As long as you're above 18, no criminal record and valid passport, you're good to go. She says, crazy. Okay, boss man, sign me up. Jade is told to download an encrypted messaging app to communicate with team members across the globe. And there's an interview with the project manager. When Jade asks his name, Cameron says it's some Asian name. He goes by Dot and Dot Dot. Then Cameron tells her to send a picture of her ID, a selfie, and a video verifying her address.
Oh, it's so awkward. Oh, my door. Oh, we got it.
Again, Jade raises concerns about being kidnapped or enslaved. He tells her, OMG, hell no, I'm 19 myself and would not put anyone in danger like that. I send all my closest homies, and I've even sent my girl best friend as well, purely business. He goes on to say that his girlfriend is going when she's out of school, and that he's just looking to give people opportunities. At one point, Jade seems to think she's doing a delivery to Montreal, and then Cameron tells her she's going to Hong Kong. She's so inexperienced that she doesn't realize she'll get free meals on the international flight. Like, do I just ask for it? Cameron explains in a voice message.
You'll get on the plane, they'll give you a menu. Then there's a button also for the stewardess to come. And then the blankets are already on your seat when you get onto the plane.
And this is luxury. I feel too poor to have this.
It's sickening. He's just rolling up a snowball and tossing it in hell.
Jade is sent money through a crypto wallet to book her flight and hotel in Hong Kong. She's sent departing and landing instructions, which include a rule that she maintains contact every 2 minutes. Then she gets this message from the big boss. Hi, Jadiria, I'm Dot. Ready to fly this Friday? Yes, sir. With a username that's just punctuation, Dot texts again. Departure in 12 hours. 8 hours before departure, you will be contacted by phone to receive your suitcase. Jade scribbles down further instructions, including that she needs to get a $5 bill and text the serial number to Dot. That number is the password for pickup and drop-off of the package. There's a message from a man who calls himself Adam, who meets Jade at this airport hotel in Toronto and gives her the suitcase. Jade texts Cameron, "Dude, this thing is 20,000 pounds. I got it though." Just 16 days after answering the Instagram job posting, Jade boards Cathay Pacific Flight 829 for Hong Kong. In the belly of the plane, that cocaine-filled suitcase. Jade insists she had no idea what was inside until she was arrested at Hong Kong International Airport. She's now behind bars facing drug trafficking charges in a region with some of the harshest prison sentences on the planet.
It will go with both meals I made.
Jade's mother, Nadiria, is now preparing to make the same journey that cost her daughter her freedom, leaving behind her 17-year-old son, Jared, who shares a deep bond with Jade.
My older sister, always there when no one else was, and just, always in my corner,
This photo at Jared's football game was taken just before Jade got on that plane.
This was, the last time I actually, hugged her.
Jared has read through his big sister's Instagram account.
Broke my heart seeing those messages, because you could see, the innocence behind those messages. He was trying to, play her like a puppet, but unfortunately my sister believed it, and yeah, she's now paying for it.
Do you know Cameron D'Souza?
I don't know if it's a fake name or real name, I don't know who that is at all.
There's no way Cameron D'Souza is acting alone. And so we're joining Jade's mom, Nadiria, on her trip to Hong Kong, searching for answers.
I want someone to investigate to find out exactly who these people are. I want them to be in hell burning.
Nadiria is flying to her daughter, who's behind bars in Hong Kong. Arrested 4 months earlier with 25 kilos of cocaine in her suitcase. It's about a 20-hour trip.
Wasn't that long ago that Jade was doing this exact same route?
She was an animal being sent to a slaughtering house. It must have absolutely terrified her when they arrested her. I'm afraid that she may never come home.
Jade's Instagram account reveals evidence that she was tricked into believing that she'd been hired as a legitimate courier, delivering packages to a company called Nickel Shipping in Hong Kong.
Trading is not for everyone, but if you are a trader, Plus 500 is the place for you. With just a few clicks, you can open a
company called Nickel Shipping in Hong Kong. This is the baggage area at Hong Kong International Airport, where her daughter's nightmare began in September 2025. We know Jade was being monitored every step of the way. Her live location was turned on in a group chat with the big boss Dot and her handlers called Toronto Hong Kong 20th. Her recruiter Cameron texts her, "You landed and all good?" She thanks him for checking in, and he tells her to follow instructions home stretch. Jade collects the suitcase from the carousel. And then, as she's leaving the arrivals area, customs agents search her bag and discover 25 bricks of cocaine inside. Cameron, back in Canada, bombards her with phone calls and messages that go unanswered. What Cameron doesn't know is that Jade is in custody and has agreed to be used as bait in a customs sting to try to snag the person who was supposed to pick up the cocaine suitcase. But she hasn't checked in with Cameron in 2 hours and has been kicked off the Telegram group chat with the boss, Dot. She tries to explain her absence by texting Cameron that she's been sick with really bad stomach flu. Cameron doesn't pick up her repeated phone calls, but then texts, "Since you went ghost, we'll have to keep you updated in a couple of hours on new place. Just check in to hotel for now." Customs agents escort Jade through the airport to the Regal Hotel. She follows Cameron's instructions to send a picture of the hotel, her passport, and the bag. Jade asks him to get someone here soon. Then later, is there any chance we could get the suitcase out of here by 12, please? Jade was brought here, and hiding her handcuffs, she was surrounded by undercover customs agents, trying to help them lure in the person who was supposed to pick up her bag. Clearly, somebody was tipped off because they waited about 2 hours and no one showed up. Cameron texts her that he's going to bed and that he's confused by everything going on. His last words to Jade, "Hope you're feeling better." Jade was charged with unlawfully trafficking in a dangerous drug on September 22nd, 2025. She's been in custody ever since.
7 months.
Nadiria makes her way to Hong Kong's bustling Temple Street to meet two people who have been her lifeline since Jade's arrest. The Voice for Prisoners office is up this steep staircase.
Nadiria!
Oh,
Father John.
welcome to Hong Kong. Welcome.
Prison chaplain Father John Wotherspoon and Jane Chow are internationally renowned for their work advocating for unsuspecting drug mules. They know Jade's case inside and out and have been visiting her in jail.
You're my connection to Jade, and
Were you able to visit this morning, or was tomorrow the first time?
tomorrow will be the first time that I'll be seeing her.
Yes, you'll only get 15 minutes in that case, and it's through a glass using a phone. And the first time it's quite, overpowering. You probably spend half the time just crying. But if you can cry a bit less, it'd be good for Jade, which you know what I mean?
Okay, I
Just,
understand, yes. She's my baby. She's my firstborn.
It's the day Nadiria has waited 4 months and traveled more than 12,000 kilometers for. A visit with her daughter, who recently celebrated her 20th birthday behind bars.
Good night.
Just to have
Good
15
afternoon. Good night,
minutes.
Stunner Man.
I'm going through my head, like, what is the most important things to say?
Stunner Man.
What have you settled
Thank
on
you
as
for
the
saying
most
hi.
important things to
I
tell her?
love
Please
you.
subscribe and help my
I
channel grow, please.
love you.
Thank you.
This is where Jade now calls home, a jail for girls on the outskirts of Hong Kong. Nadiria's visit with her daughter is counted down with a red timer, just like those monthly phone calls. 15 minutes pass in a flash, and Jade is led back to her cell. Her cries echoing through the hallway.
My heart broke all over again, just to hear your child crying.
In their fleeting visit, mother and daughter revived a game from when Jade was a little girl.
We always say, put your kiss in our heart, and she would just kiss and put it in our heart. But we can't do it because there is a glass. So we kissed and we put our hands. But we know what it meant. She knows what it meant. Oh.
Hard to dream big when our classes are overcrowded. We're not just students. We're Ontario's future and progress. Isn't it time we invest in schools again? Visit nomore.ca.
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
Over the course of the next 6 days, Nadiria will return here every day for her 15
I
minutes with
understand
Jade.
change.
Our investigation into how Jade ended up here takes us back to the Temple Street district. Father John Wotherspoon is an Australian priest who has been doing missionary work in Hong Kong for decades.
You guys remember
Much of his
Cocaine
work
Button?
now centers around advocating for
Crazy.
imprisoned drug mules. That filing cabinet is filled with cases just like Jade's.
There's been a shift in the people being targeted as drug mules. In the past, it was mainly older people targeted in love scams. But now, in the last year or two, they're targeting young people.
And when you heard about a teenager with 25 kilos of drugs coming into Hong Kong, what was your initial reaction to that?
My first thought was, here we go again, because last year there were a whole group of young people, and it's a big group from North America, big group from Europe.
You mentioned that there were a number of people from North America. Where specifically?
Well, there's 4 that we know of from Canada.
So are you telling me that there are 4 Canadians in prison right now, all accused of being drug mules?
Yes, there's four young people from Canada in prison in Hong Kong now.
Father John has compiled a spreadsheet of foreigners arrested on drug charges in 2025. The 4 from Canada transported a total of almost 100 kilos of cocaine.
Do you think that there's a connection between these 4?
Oh, there obviously has to be. And of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. If we know of 4, there's probably maybe another dozen or so that we don't know about. And this is quite a serious problem.
In a 4-month span, 4 Canadians were arrested arriving on different flights into Hong Kong airport. These 2 are from the same area in southwestern Ontario. And these 2 are from the Greater Toronto area. All have put me on their visitors list. We're in Hong Kong, where our investigation into one Canadian drug mule just got much bigger. 4 Canadians arrested in a 4-month span in 2025, each with almost 25 kilos of cocaine in their luggage. They're being held at different jails ranging from juvenile detention centers to maximum security prisons. Jade and Omar have a lot in common. They live about 15 minutes from each other back in Canada, went to the same college, and are about the same age. This is Hong Kong's juvenile detention center for boys. Omar has just turned 21 behind bars. He put me on his visitors list. I have just 15 minutes to try to find out who recruited him. We couldn't record anything inside, so I just had to frantically write out notes. The great thing about what he was able to share with us is he's given us names. He wants us to get the people whose names are on these cards because they are walking around in Kitchener-Waterloo area of Ontario, luring other people in. And I asked him, do you think they're doing it right now? He said, I know they are. I know that they're trying to get more people, and they're going to end up in prison just like me. Omar's story is almost identical to Jade's. He too was told to use a serial number on currency as a password for collecting and dropping off bags. He was also slated to stay at the airport Regal Hotel. And he was on a Telegram group chat with 4 other people, with strict instructions to check in every 2 minutes. In this statement prepared by his Hong Kong lawyer, Omar says he was tricked by friends he went to school with, who told him he was delivering gold, and that the job was completely legitimate and safe. Over the ensuing days, I visit each of the Canadians in multiple jails. They don't know each other back in Canada, but what they tell me points to something far bigger than 4 separate cases. And it's clear evidence that they've all been caught up in the same criminal network. I've spoken to all 4 Canadians, and there are some striking similarities in their stories, including the fact that they all gave the same name for the person who's working above their Canadian recruiter. Well, it's not really a name, it's punctuation, a period. He goes by Dot.
Oh my God.
It's punctuation, a period. He goes by Dot. The big players here in Hong Kong have concealed their real identities in all communication with the jailed Canadians. With so little to go on, finding them in a city of 7 million is impossible.
Hong Kong has got some of the world's longest prison sentences for drug offenses.
Private investigator Melissa Tan has researched cases of foreign drug mules and the local drug scene.
It makes news when a foreigner gets arrested at Hong Kong airport with drugs. Is it ever happening that they're catching the people above?
I don't think it happens. But the person that's effectively the puppet master never touches the drugs ever. All they've done is dispatch someone to do this bit and dispatch someone else to do that segment.
She says cocaine in this city is the drug of choice for the rich.
There is a huge demand for it. It's expensive, and people pay a lot of money for cocaine.
A gram of coke here runs about $200, more than double the cost back in Canada.
Cocaine users in Hong Kong are actually the affluent, lawyers, bankers.
So when someone like Jade comes to Hong Kong with 25 kilos of drugs, that's going to fuel high-end parties in Hong Kong.
From what I know of the scene, that's my understanding, yes. Yeah.
It's Nadiria's last day in Hong Kong.
The train to Taiwan is arriving.
She navigates the subway system for her final 15-minute visit with her daughter Jade. Nadiria leaves the prison with no idea when she'll be able to return to Hong Kong to see her daughter again.
What's it like for you walking away from her?
I feel like part of me just died. Like, part of your heart just died. It's absolutely devastating having to leave her there. She wants us to find these people, and she wants us to expose these people.
Our investigation has uncovered an international criminal network using Canadians, some of them teenagers, to transport cocaine into Hong Kong. At the top of the criminal family tree, a mystery man named Dot. All 4 Canadians imprisoned in Hong Kong name him as the big boss. Here's what we've learned. Some say Dot speaks fluent Russian and might be from Kazakhstan. Others say he speaks Chinese. Everyone says English is not his first language. He's been able to conceal his identity. The people working under him, the alleged local recruiters, have not.
Juan and Andre don't know each other in Canada, but both say they were told they were delivering artifacts into Hong Kong. And both give the same name for their local recruiter, Royosuk Berry. He's 22 years old, and we tracked him down in Toronto. Who's Dot?
I'm sorry?
Who's Dot?
Sorry?
Who's Dot?
I don't answer questions, so.
Did you connect Andre and Juan to Dot? Andre and Juan, who are in jail in Hong Kong?
Who's that?
Eventually, he admits that he knows Andre and Juan.
They categorically said the person who is responsible for us being in jail is Royosuk Berry, who connected us to Dot.
They're my good friends. Like, I would never do that.
Did they know anything about what they were carrying?
I don't know. I don't know either. I didn't know what to do.
And you can make this right
How can I make it right?
by helping us figure out how to stop it.
How can you stop it?
You would know better than me. Has it shut down?
I hope so. Like, I got a few messages from the group, and I was like, no, because like it's been
It's you know.
Highest win rate guarantee only at Luxury Casino. Why would you play anywhere else? Install now.
You know. And I'm sorry. I would want to help them if I could.
Royasuk refused to share any details about Dot or anyone else higher in the network. But we know that a fifth person has now been arrested at Hong Kong Airport connected to Dot. He's an American named Sub. This press release shows he was arrested with a 16-kilo cocaine suitcase in February 2026. In this letter from prison, Andre writes that he met Sub in court and learned Dot orchestrated the same scam, impersonating an antique appraiser. Andre says Sub was introduced to Dot by one of Royasuk Berry's friends in Toronto.
So that's the case involving Andre and Juan. Now to Jade. We know from her Instagram chats that her alleged recruiter called himself Cameron D'Souza. His profile has a link to Majesty Detailing with photos of cars in a driveway. After running the license plates, we get an address, about 15 minutes from where Jade lives.
Or Chinese.
Yeah, let's go.
What's happening like thing? Jade?
Jade.
Like the girl, like a girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is that?
But she's in jail in Hong Kong.
Is she?
Hmm.
Oh, I love.
Jade's facing life in jail.
Is she? Oh, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't like, I'm really stressing out.
25 kilos of cocaine were in those bags that you set up. Cameron, I'm not believing it.
You think I know about, I don't know about the drugs and what?
Remember, in the Instagram chat, when Jade tried to contact Cameron after she was detained in Hong Kong, he didn't pick up and then told her he was going to sleep.
What did you think was in the bag?
I thought it was jewelry. I promise, I thought it was jewelry. I don't know. I'm literally just a sales rep. I don't know. I'm just a young kid trying to make a little bit of money.
You set up for her to be picked up. You set up the hotel.
Yeah, because they asked me to do that. That's it. I mean, they asked me to do some stuff. I do it.
This appears to be a bit of a pyramid scheme. In Cameron's Instagram chats with Jade, he offered her a $250 finder's fee if she could get other people to make the trip. We also know from Cameron's Instagram that he himself may have been a mule. We found 2 separate postings of photos in Hong Kong.
When you went to Hong Kong, did you take a package?
No, I just went to Hong Kong. Yes,
So you flew with a bag that they gave you to fly with?
I don't remember if they gave me. I think they gave me a bag, but I don't think there's anything much in it.
His story seems to shift as I grill him for answers.
So you think they gave you a bag, or they did?
They did give me a bag, but I don't. There definitely wasn't. It was super light. It was a super light bag. I don't know.
How did you get in touch with these guys to begin with?
I don't even remember. It was just a guy that texted me on Snapchat.
Well, why you?
I don't know. He just asked, "Hey, bro, are you looking for a part-time job?" That's it. I literally have nothing to do with packages. I don't know where the packages come from. I don't know where the packages go. I don't know what's in the packages.
We have evidence that despite Jade's arrest, Cameron was still being told to find more people to get on flights. I try to get more information about the big boss.
I don't talk to these people much. They just ask me to find people for them.
Cameron says he wants to help Jade and gives me his email. In the ensuing months, he hasn't responded to my messages. And that Instagram account he used to first connect with Jade, it's still active, but he's changed his name to John Middleton.
We have no proof that Cameron knew he was sending couriers with cocaine suitcases. He too may have been duped. He won't or he can't shed any light on the hierarchy of this network. But our investigation isn't over.
This map of the Cambridge-Kitchener area shows how geographically connected the local network is. Jade lives in this area. The person she says recruited her, Cameron, lives around here. Omar, the other teen behind bars in Hong Kong, lives in this neighborhood. He's a college student studying international business management. And the people Omar named as his recruiters live around here and here. This is surveillance video from Omar's home the day he flew to Hong Kong. The person walking out the front door, one of the alleged recruiters, is Ahmed Dakil, who drove Omar to the airport. 20-year-old Ahmed lives with his mother. He's not home, but she puts him on speakerphone. Omar's in a lot of... Omar's...
I don't know. I need nobody to harass my mother. Like, this showing up at people's houses is inappropriate at the end of the day. Yeah, please leave my mom alone, all right?
It's inappropriate that he's in jail for possibly for the rest of his life. Ahmed, you could help him.
Ahmed hangs up on me.
What if I told you you'll experience longer gameplay, more features hits, and higher payouts if you play at any casino rewards partner? At Luxury Casino, our highest win rate guarantee isn't just a tagline. It's how we choose our game.
Help him.
Ahmed hangs up on me.
Maybe Nigeria.
Next stop, Erkam Demir's house, the person Omar named as being the local ringleader for the network and in direct contact with Dot.
At CTV News? Yeah. I just came back from Hong Kong. Yeah. With Omar.
Okay. Why
He's
are
in
they
a lot of
sending it
trouble.
to Hong Kong, though?
Can I just talk to you for a quick second about this?
For a second?
Yeah. We understand that you're his recruiter.
Recruiter?
Yeah. Well, but that not only did you recruit him, but you recruited a lot of people. What did you think was in the suitcase? Two young men who Omar says recruited him may not have given up information on Dot, but we have dug up a stack of court documents on them, and neither are strangers to police. 4 months after Omar's arrest, Ahmed was charged with trafficking, cocaine, and crack cocaine. Then 4 months after that, in January 2026, both Ahmed and Erkam were charged with trafficking, cocaine, and crack. Both are out on bail. We tracked down a number of Omar's friends. They describe him as a good kid and not someone who would knowingly traffic drugs. They're too scared, though, to speak on camera. And then a breakthrough. A young person who was about to do a delivery to Hong Kong agrees to speak. We're protecting their identity and altering their voice. Did you ever hear the name Dot?
I have, yeah.
And what do you know about Dot?
He is a person on Telegram that is unknown.
We're calling them Lee. Their trip to Hong Kong fell apart at the last minute. Dot was enraged and fired off a flurry of threatening messages on Telegram.
He's like, you, like, kid, he might have. Dot was also threatening to kill me, threatening to shoot up my house.
This is a dangerous network. Lee is the second person we've spoken to who received death threats from Dot when they failed to follow through on their delivery. Both also say they were pressured to find other people to take their place.
And are you scared in talking about this?
I mean, yes and no. Let's say if they were to kill me, it's like, that wouldn't really benefit them at all. Unless they're gonna go kill like 40 people. I don't think I'm that important.
That's because Lee claims that dozens of local kids have made the trip to Hong Kong as unwitting drug mules.
I heard stories and seen photos of people that said they have done it. And they showed photos of them in Hong Kong. Everyone thought it was only gold. Everyone was told it was only gold.
Lee knows Omar and spoke to him before his trip to Hong Kong.
And he just thought it was just gonna be like a quick, fun, easy trip because that's what those guys made it seem. He didn't know it was in the package.
Despite 2 young people from this community being arrested in Hong Kong, the drug smuggling hasn't stopped.
I thought it would get put on hold because of what happened to Omar, but if anything, like from what I heard, it's sped up even faster.
So you believe that they're still sending people to Hong Kong?
I don't believe it. Like, I know it. They even try getting girls from Mississauga to go. I do know that they spread out to the GTA region. It's not just a KW thing.
KW means Kitchener-Waterloo, the region where they all live. GTA is the Greater Toronto Area. Lee believes Dot is connected to a local Asian crime syndicate in the area.
The Asians that live in this area that I know that do sell coke already know about Omar. like the day after he got arrested, which there wasn't even news articles about it yet. I think even in the news articles, his name wasn't mentioned at all.
Police sources tell us that Asian gangs are active across much of southwestern Ontario. Omar's family has filed a report with Waterloo Regional Police Service. Jade's mother, Nadiria, has too, hoping for an investigation into the people who lured in their children. Both families are frustrated by what they see as a lack of action.
Nothing. Nothing is being done. Absolutely
Kevin,
nothing.
that means that we have to subscribe more. We
Nadiria
need
says
more
she tried to
subscribers.
give police the Instagram messages that show how Jade was tricked.
I insisted on sharing the information with them, and they refused to accept the information. She's a 19-year-old girl, and I am telling you that here is the proof, here is the
I didn't
evidence.
know you guys can see that.
It's like I'm handing you a case, and you're saying no.
We took the concerns of both Jade and Omar's family to Waterloo Police. Staff Sergeant Ian Young heads up the drug squad.
There is an investigation that's ongoing. Oftentimes they are slow and the families do get frustrated with how those investigations happen, but the investigations are ongoing at this time.
It's Lloyd's Mennonite Furniture's March Madness sale. Floor models are so drastically reduced,
But the investigations are ongoing at this time.
It's been 10 months since Omar was arrested. Jade's been behind bars for 6 months. Jade's alleged recruiter, Cameron D'Souza, told us he has not been interviewed by police. This seems like an exceedingly long period of time. These people are aware that their mules are in jail and that the spotlight could be on them. It would seem that it would be important to move quickly on that.
The investigative steps are
Can you become a
long
member,
and drawn
please,
out. There's
and
lots of different
subscribe?
things before we do an interview with someone who we believe is involved. That's one of the final steps we take in an investigation. So there's lots of other steps that I can't speak to that are being done to investigate this.
Staff Sergeant Young says this is a high priority investigation that includes the RCMP and Canada Border Services, and that production orders are needed to legally access evidence, including Jade's Instagram.
They can't just disclose this information of someone else's communications. We have to seek those through judicial authorizations, which is a lengthy process for us.
Staff Sergeant Young says his team is using other avenues for gathering evidence from social media, and that this is a complicated case. Waterloo Police are trying to dismantle an international crime syndicate.
How do we move past the drug mule to the drug supplier, right? So those are the steps we're trying to take to make sure that we are holding the proper people accountable for the crimes that are being committed.
The concerning thing is that these people are right now luring other people from your community onto airplanes filled with suitcases that they think is something else, but is actually cocaine.
It's obviously concerning that there is a network of people operating within our region.
Staff Sergeant Young has a message to try to stop more young people from being lured in.
When you're being approached through social media, an opportunity that may seem like a golden opportunity may not necessarily be that. They're preying on people's innocence and trust.
Is it your sense that these are innocent victims, Omar and Jade?
I believe they're innocent victims in the sense that they just don't have that life experience to, reassure themselves that what they're doing is, in fact, a legitimate job.
I mean, have you ever seen anything like this before?
This is the first time I've seen anything like this in my career as a drug investigator.
She's in the background. Sophia. Hi, Stephanie.
At least 5 people connected to the DOT
Stephen
network are
Kelly.
behind bars in Hong Kong. Lawyer Patricia Ho
Stay
has
safe,
worked
guys.
extensively with victims of human and drug trafficking in Hong Kong. She says more needs to be done to dismantle the network that lures people in.
Law enforcement has been focusing on just stopping the drugs. There actually has been a lot of criticism of this issue because the people who are in charge can continue to have other mules bring the drugs. And if these higher up individuals are never brought to account, then the question is, how does this actually stop the trafficking of drugs at all?
A lengthy legal process awaits the Canadians imprisoned in Hong Kong. It will be years before they can even enter a plea.
Does the judicial system care whether the person knew or didn't know if drugs were coming in? Because ultimately they brought drugs across the border.
If you can prove that you had no knowledge that what you were carrying were drugs at all, then you can basically use what we call the no knowledge defense.
It's hard to prove you're innocent.
Very, very hard. It's really hard for people who are arrested, they're in jail, to find ways to prove that they had no knowledge.
Patricia teaches law at Hong Kong University. Her curriculum includes this W5 documentary called The Cocaine Buttons. In 2023, we exposed how Canadian Susanna Thayer was tricked into transporting cocaine in the buttons of clothes that had been given to her as part of an elaborate romance scam that involved free trips to Ethiopia and Hong Kong.
I don't do bad things, but bad things seem to happen to me.
After The Cocaine Buttons aired, Hong Kong officials unexpectedly dropped the charges against the 65-year-old grandmother from Barrie, Ontario, who'd spent 9 months behind bars, waiting to enter a plea.
I can't believe it.
You look well.
I'm here.
It's hard to believe this is happening.
Oh my God, when I was told at 9:30 that I was going to be discharged. Hey, Mom. How are you? I'm good. You're free? You're good. I'm actually free, yes.
That's where Cocaine Buttons was so good. It establishes so clearly that this sort of thing happens. It's encouraged the authorities to take action as well.
What if we told you that the hottest casino in town was actually
Avery's on it?
Your phone.
Avery got the old lady out.
Take action as well.
Father John Wotherspoon, the drug mule advocate in Hong Kong, says the only hope for these 4 Canadians in jail is that the evidence we've been able to gather is seen by the Department of Justice, just like it was in Susanna Thayer's case.
The authorities, the judges, the jury, they have to go on actual evidence. These people are actually lucky they did not go to countries with the death penalty like Indonesia or Singapore or China. In the past, people had 1 or 2 kilos. Now it's 10, 20, 30, even 40 kilos. It's unbelievable. So the problem is getting much worse.
Jade, Omar, Andre, and Juan each face a high-stakes choice.
It's a gamble if you plead not guilty and you lose, because you get an extra 5, 6, 7 years. The problem is that for them, and as for many others, proving you're innocent is not easy, because the masterminds usually get people to delete all messages, all phone numbers, all addresses, everything. And many people come with nothing.
Back in Cambridge.
Okay, this is it.
For the next 10 minutes, it will almost feel like Jade is back with her family again. It's the night of her monthly phone call.
Hi, Jade. How are you?
Honestly, I keep dreaming of when I get out of here. Like, I actually have zero doubt in my head that I'm coming home. It's just a waiting game.
I love you, honey, so much.
We love you so much, Jade, and we do miss you.
I miss you too and love you.
Love you.
And then that's it. When you're
How much did you
naive,
pay?
bright eyes, and bushy tails, all you see is the opportunity of a lifetime of this job pays well.
Oh my God.
My hope is that this doesn't happen to anyone else.
We have a story for you right here.
McDonald's, man. Somebody just got shot in McDonald's. They putting us out. They putting everybody out. They saying the fish look crime.
$70 cake with the dessert. Not much we work.
Crazy.
Much we work.
Unnecessary.
They get what they want in the drive-thru. I mean, how many times we go to the drive-thru?
They come to the drive-thru, come in there with a gun.
So, we're with the homicide unit. Unfortunately, today that girl
She deceased at the hospital. That's the unfortunate part. I'm gonna honor the fact that you want to speak with your lawyer, but unfortunately you're gonna be charged for that, okay? All right.
An argument over food at an Atlanta McDonald's led to a scuffle between customers, and suddenly a shot rang out inside the restaurant. A mother of 4 was rushed to a trauma center, but didn't survive. We pulled together police body cam videos from that chaotic scene, the frantic 911 calls, and the footage of what the young killer had to say for herself. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber.
Download the official luxury casino app to get over 1,000 games in your pocket. Install now. Why play anywhere else?
Trading is not for everyone, but if you are a trader, plus
one of the leading motives in our homicides is escalating disputes. So something that should just be a simple argument, it turns physical, and then people are so quick to resort to gun violence.
Tanaya Evans was just 19 years old when she was hauled into Atlanta PD's headquarters just after Christmas in 2023. She'd been at a local McDonald's with her sisters when an argument on the afternoon of December 27th over missing burgers and nuggets escalated into gunfire. Another customer made a frantic call to 911.
It's McDonald's, man. Somebody just got shot at McDonald's.
Okay, hold on for the ambulance.
Where's she shot at?
EMS. Do not hang up. Your call will be answered. Hey, sir. Order received.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who was shot? Was it a male or female?
It's a female. They just shot it.
Where is she shot at? What part of the body?
I know, eh?
That
That would be nice.
Hello, sir. In the order received.
They set me up with all the streaming
What
equipment.
was the female shot at? What
All I have
part
to
of
do
the
is
body?
just stream.
She shot in the heart.
It's a little hard to understand the caller sometimes, but he tries to explain what went down to the dispatchers.
Sir, can you tell me exactly what happened?
The kids, they came in McDonald's, they started arguing with the supervisor, the manager and everything. And then we told them to leave out the store. Grady coming out. Here comes Grady.
Victim was 30-year-old Tamanika Woods. Been at the McDonald's with her 4 children, talking about ages from toddlers to teens. You know what happened? You know what she did? She reportedly just stood up for the cashier who was being berated by the women who were missing parts of their order. So you have words that were exchanged, there was some pushing and shoving, and then McDonald's surveillance shows Tanaya pulling out a pistol and shooting Tamanika in the chest.
They putting us out. They putting everybody out. They said it's official crime. We can't even go in.
Yeah, Jesse Weber had a team, bro.
As more than a dozen Atlanta police officers started arriving at the scene, this is when things were very chaotic.
I don't even know. They came in here. Them girls came in here trying to fight that blood.
That was a bullet shell right there by my foot.
The other one on the other side.
You know what? One thing I've learned,
get that
there's no color for evil.
I got you, but
It's ready to strike. There's no color. That's what I've learned. When that demon is ready to
I need everybody out. Stand right here.
strike, color doesn't matter.
That's fine. That's fine. Right now it's a crime scene. Please. Can I get everybody to stand out for me, please?
We gotta go. We gotta go outside.
Stand outside for me. So you with her?
You gave the CPR.
I appreciate that. I appreciate it. If you don't mind staying right here for me, we're gonna come talk to you. Ma'am, I got you. Stand in front for me. night is 6. Fire 14 is 26.
Fire 14 on.
Not alert, not conscious, not breathing. CPR in progress.
There's this man who did CPR on Tamanika, later told officers that he'd just arrived at the restaurant to pick up his food when he saw her lying on the floor, tried to help. Outside officers, they're trying to get a straight answer on what happened here, but I will tell you, the emotions are running high.
No, nobody came behind the counter. Nobody went behind the cameras. Nobody went behind the camera. Nobody went behind the camera. Just don't want to
Hey, get away from the car. Hey, clear that thing.
It don't matter. It don't matter. That's self-defense. What you mean?
Because when we went to load in, I wanted to get out of there.
My sister like, you don't even know what's going on. If it was your would have been mad and upset too. Like that. So she started packing. Oh, I could call somebody up here. Oh, y'all come in here with my fight. I shoot all y'all. Ooh, but at the same time, y'all talking about we little kids. So what you talking about getting done for? But it's cool because we got one on the suit. You saying all that? You get in my face, you doing my face like this, you doing me like this in my face. Just keep pointing my face, stop pointing back in your face like, stop pointing my face. So she did my face like this, she mushed my face back. My face went back and I started fighting her. And my foot shot her.
You are detained. You are not free to leave.
Huh?
You are not free to leave.
Okay.
We need to find a car for you, actually. You have anything on your laptop?
No. Hold on, let me get my mom my stuff. Mom!
Is your car unlocked? Is that yours?
It's unlocked.
All right.
Everybody that was in the car.
I want to see her in court.
All right, she is detained. She is not free to go.
Let me go. Let me go.
Hey, chill out.
Now you realize, now she realizes.
Hey, get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back.
Can you tell me why y'all like your
Stop.
Wait.
Stop. Stop before I slam you.
This way. They say you ain't getting arrested this way. Listen, y'all gotta get the video though. Can y'all tell me what y'all arrested her for? Y'all help me.
I'm not gonna tell you again to get back.
Huh?
I'm not gonna tell you again to get back. You're gonna go in cuffs as well. You're gonna go in cuffs as well. Get back.
It wasn't like that. Okay, so it was an argument, but the lady jumped in it. The lady jumped in or whatever. It was a back and forth. The lady jumped in and she called somebody to bring her gun in here because she gonna pop all four of them. So then that's when tonight was like, no, nobody not gonna pop who, nobody not popping nothing. Then that's when she was like, all y'all hoes, whatever, like that, put her hand in my sister's face. And my sister was like, stop putting your hand in my face. And she hit her like that. And then that's when it was an altercation broke out, and then there was a shot fired.
Said it fit me. But from the beginning, y'all have to see, like, they were acting like we were by them with our food. We went to drive first, and our food was wrong, so we came through here respectfully. Then they started lollygagging, and then my sister, she told them, like,
Atlanta, Georgia.
I need one unit to follow Grady.
An officer then updates APD's homicide unit about the situation.
I got my supervisor in route, the owners in route.
We're here at 1176 RDA inside of the McDonald's. We had two parties. They went from verbal to physical, and shots were fired. We had one victim shot in the chest. She's extremely low.
I appreciate you.
Now, the restaurant manager who's on duty is obviously very shaken, very upset by what just happened, and says that her supervisor and other regional managers, they're on the way.
Atlanta,
I got my
Georgia,
supervisor in route, the owners in route, everybody's in route, everybody coming.
Just give me a second. We gotta wait for the investigators to get here. I'm sorry.
I'm not doing this shit. Y'all don't know how to shut the fuck up. That's the problem. After I told y'all to let this shit go, road for an Escalade.
Yeah, she's right there. And what is this buddy like?
Mr. B, what's your ETA?
He did CPR. Oh, okay.
Well, he's 6 minutes. Just supervisor, he's 6 minutes away. Even when they shut up, the girl, the little girl in the red, she
We have a lot of stuff going on in our world, guys.
Of the one you just detained, and there's people by that car.
Don't let the color fool us.
Yeah, it's locked.
I told them when they got guns, I said,
The devil does not have a preference. Color doesn't matter. That's what I've noticed. So now I don't used to. I'm black, and I used to be like, these black people.
They went dead on me, they won't come out.
It doesn't matter. Look at Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Dahmer.
They said they were missing 2 6-pieces of quarter pounder in the cheeseburger. So while they missing it, I'm saying, okay, cool. I'ma handle
There's
it.
a lot of white guys on
The
death
pink,
row
the
right
girl
now.
in the pink. Oh, she just started.
It's the demons.
Trying to fight.
That's what you should look at. The evil.
So I'm telling them, don't worry about it. Let them go.
all
Them two.
evil.
But I guess her sister or her cousin, whoever, walked in the lobby, and she was like, "These people are real disrespectful." Like that's what she's saying. These are real disrespectful. No, the customers.
That's
are real
you have to pick that up with God,
so
Sarah.
she was like, "Y'all don't lose y'all job."
Remember, Satan was kicked out of heaven,
Oh, the girl
and he
who
landed
shot
on
the girl,
earth.
she grabbed her gun and
So-
oh yeah, I pop one of y'all. I'll pop one of y'all.
There's evil amongst
so I'm like,
us,
okay,
you know?
cool. So when
That's why God
somebody,
says
let's
walk
say somebody
with
got
him.
hit. I didn't see
Yeah,
y'all.
might be a bad
Somebody got
battery.
hit. All our people.
I have a battery that's similar to that.
That's me, and this crowd surf
Not a color
all
thing,
started
it's
with a hockey
evil.
bet with Proline Plus. Our picture.
People out here dying with HIV.
How are you?
What's going on?
Operations for this organization.
I got you. And so we just wanted to see if our people are all right, if we can talk to them.
You mean physically all right?
Well,
everybody's physically
right.
all right.
I got that. No, I'm talking more emotionally.
Yeah, just give it a few. Once investigators arrive, they do their thing, and then everybody will be good to go about their day. But we just need to occupy their time for a few.
You're going to
No
church
problem.
tomorrow. Hope
Other
you guys are
witnesses
going
also
to
give
church.
their accounts to police, and that includes the man who apparently grabbed Tanaya and her gun and held her until officers could take her into custody.
Officer, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, man.
Is this guy right here an officer? They asked him that because he pulled out, he also put a gun in my baby head. Like, you ain't got nothing to do with it, being
I'm telling you, bro.
good Samaritan. That's what I You told us you was a
Walk in the
police
light.
officer. That's what you told them.
He
That
did
you
tell
was
us
an
that.
officer, and you pulled out a gun on them as well. And yeah, so if you didn't,
That
guess
is
what?
true. We do need
I want
help.
you arrested because that's a child too. That's my baby. To be exact. So I want you arrested too.
Okay.
If that's the case.
Okay.
You ain't have no right to put no guns. And not you.
Okay.
We have to remember,
Let me
Sarah,
confer
there's
with-
white people in the ghetto too, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, he need to be arrested too. Like they come out putting him in
There's
handcuffs.
Indian
He
people.
need to go too.
He did it inside of where?
In the McDonald's. No, he did it in that little middle part. The part right there in the front. Yeah. No, not the lobby. He had her by the trash can by the lobby, but we got into the double doors and he had the gun. Where's his badge? Yeah, where's his badge? He says, "Officer, where's your badge? You got to have one of those in order to hold anybody. Other than that, guess what? This kidnapping, and you hold them against my own will.
Yes, Johnny.
What's really going on? What's really going on? You holding me.
Things are going.
You're not APD. You can't do their job. Hello, and I'm not bothering you. I'm not in altercation with you. So what do you got going?
We need a lot of
Right,
restitution.
you said put yourself into a whole nother situation.
I got you.
Yes, I'm the one who took the gun from her and pulled the gun on her own gun because she put it in her right here in her sweater. And that's why the moment that you told me,
See, look at that black
it
man.
went my gun. I gave the gun to the police.
He's a helpful black man.
So, and I'm telling her, she goes, let my sister go, let my sister go. It's going to be a session to murder. You know what I'm saying?
All of the people, exactly. White, black, Chinese, Indians.
Well, that changes the dynamic of everything.
We just coming up here to get a
evil on this
burger.
earth.
I got you.
I sit down.
I hate that y'all have to see that.
Yeah,
Man,
I
I can't get a cheeseburger, man. I ain't never seen it. I got you.
Yeah, I saw when she pulled the gun.
Yeah, you like a
they
key.
were arguing and they were trying to tell them squash that, just do that, but
Yeah, it's very important.
Too younger.
It's very important if we get your statement.
Yeah, I'll do a statement, but
Radio rating 3491.
I was just holding her back because I wouldn't let her go because this girl got her kids. She had these kids, it was like four, 5 kids sitting around here, but she had her kids to go who got shot.
2490 and 3496. Confirm signal 48.
Copy.
That's crazy. Over some food.
I copy. Confirm 48.
She should have taken her McDonald's staff and pulled them to the back. The manager should have been the only person talking to de-escalate. This she just let her staff argue and walk in there and start talking all this crap. And I mean, we just watched it unfold. And then he said, she got a pistol. Yeah. And then when I saw that punch, I said, oh, it's over. Yeah. Next thing you know,
pow.
How many punches until?
It's just one, the girl in the pink. The girl in the pink, they got her too.
It's not self-defense.
Yeah.
I mean, damn.
Because after that, the other girl had them pull her gun. The one in the black done pulled her gun and shot.
Another child gonna go down for life. I mean, that ain't good.
Yeah, because she like that.
You're not getting 25 years. You're getting like 50 years, 100 years.
She got we just come from a break. We just come from a break.
You get a long break now.
Yeah, we just come from a break. But I went on and let her go, so.
Who, yours? Sorry.
And the whole kid decided to be good Samaritan.
Yeah, because the girl had her children with her. Yeah. She had her kids with her.
What did you do?
I just grabbed the girl who was coming out because they were trying to jump on me at the time. So the girl had her gun and the gun there, and and so I grabbed her hand, make sure she couldn't shoot nobody else. Yeah, she would have shot me, but
Make a job, man.
Yeah.
People of action.
Yeah.
And I'm like, she see all these kids in now.
Yeah.
She saw.
It's gonna be a laundry list of charges.
Yeah, it was a lot of kids in there. And you got a gun, coming to you to do this, shoot this. No, you ain't finna get away like that.
You're looking at a laundry list of charges.
Yeah, I mean, you ain't finna get away
however
like
many kids cruel to the children.
XRP's been out for a long time, bro.
Yeah, they trying to jump on me because I held her at the
Bottom
trash
line
can.
is that young lady didn't deserve that slug. This was stupid.
Over some damn bullshit.
They didn't get what they wanted in the drive-thru. I mean, how many times we go to the drive-thru?
They come through the drive-thru and come in there with a gun. Come through the drive-thru, come in there with a gun.
You said they were drive-thru?
Yeah, they were coming through the drive-thru. They had already went through the drive-thru.
They were arguing about what
I actually don't know anything about Bitcoin, but
that's how
I've seen XRP on the
and it sounded like
list
they had
for
a
a
chip
long
on the
time.
shoulder of her anyway. And then
Nah, not the charger. At the time of the shooting, what occurred? One punch. That didn't involve you.
She wasn't even involved. That couldn't be something.
I'm sorry, World Free Speech.
So officers are shocked
This just
and
kind of pissed me
dismayed
off, actually.
that something so trivial had such deadly consequences.
Over some food, though?
that's crazy.
Over food? And she's only 19.
I didn't even know the age. That's real sad.
Did she shoot the employee in there, though?
No, so apparently, allegedly, a person in the line got shot.
Okay.
An employee. I thought it was an employee at first.
Me too.
The
The remarks, yeah.
Yeah, lady was in line, and they were skipping the line because the order was wrong out here in the drive-thru. They came inside. They were skipping everybody, crazy drama. And the girl spoke out about it. She said, y'all skipping me. I'm doing line like everybody else. And apparently got you some words. The girl in the line mushed one of the girls from the car that came inside. The girl's sister pulled out a gun and shot the chest.
She don't know how to fight. That's what that's giving. Because why did you pull out a gun and shoot?
I mean, that was her first immediate.
Yeah. You could have just threw a hand. Like, you could have just been fighting with your hands. You didn't have to throw a punch first.
It's crazy. Yo, immediate reaction. As soon as somebody get pushed, was to pull out a gun and
None of
shoot
that
it.
should have happened at all.
Yeah, she done. She done. She's only 19. She done. The sister don't even look back further.
The victim 19 and her 19? Both of them 19?
No. The victim is 30. The one who shot her is 19. The sister don't even look that much older than her though. Gone. For nothing. Over McDonald's. Now you can't even choose what you want in jail. So you tell me you couldn't fight with your hands?
I mean,
if she mush you, we could just throw hands.
I mean, just violate it. I mean, just gonna kill her. Like, that's crazy. That's excessive.
That is definitely excessive.
Not for jail.
And then, who did she mush? Did she mush her or she mushed this?
No, so based on what he told me, the person who she mushed, the victim mushed somebody in the group, which was the sister.
3, 2, 1, Playsy, the app for kids with Down syndrome. Real-life social skills through play.
Which was the sister of the person that shot.
So the person
the
who
sister
got
pulled out the gun and shot the person on behalf of the sister.
So she never get mushed and she shooting.
From what I'm understanding, like I said, I could be wrong.
Oh yeah, so you just killed somebody just cause then. That wasn't even self-defense on your end, or at least you defended yourself. It didn't even have nothing to do with you. It's
Your
crazy.
sister gets mushed, you pull out a pistol and shoot somebody.
So what happens next? Well, Tanaya and at least 2 of her sisters were detained. They were detained at the scene, and then they were taken back to the headquarters, the police headquarters, to be interviewed.
I'm gonna ask questions.
Put your hands behind your back, brother.
And why y'all arrested her? What is she being arrested for?
She's being detained.
Okay.
So at this point in time, she's not free to leave.
What does it mean?
At this point in time, she is not free to leave.
Because they all got the same. They got the I was trying
You don't have
to
anything on you?
No, sir.
Okay. No weapons? Okay. Alright, set the fire.
Oh!
Do you have an ID on you? Or did they already get your information? Okay, alright, we're gonna just say. Watch your leg.
As one of the sisters waits in the interview room, she's not happy that she's being held.
I'm not a criminal. My legs should, it's not even funny. My legs should not be chained up.
So she gives detectives her version of what happened at the McDonald's.
What happened out there that led to this event?
From the beginning, so we're in the drive-thru line, ordering food, trying to place 2 orders.
Wow,
Through the drive-thru. One for cash, one for card. They informed us that since they're short on staff, that they're only, I'm doing straight from I don't want to miss nothing.
Atlanta is not a place to play with.
They informed us that they're short staffed, we can only do 1, so we put all our orders together, and then we went to the window. Our order wasn't complete when we got to the window. We were trying to tell the lady we wanted to add more food to the order. And she explained to us that she's new, because it seemed like they had, the lady who first took our order seemed like she had a little attitude or whatever. So when we went to the window, it was a different lady, and she explained to us, "Oh, we're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm new to working or whatever." And she was like, "Oh yeah, we all understand," because at first we thought it was attitude or whatever. So we paid for our food, went to the second window to receive our food, and we looked in our bags, didn't have everything in it. So we went inside to tell them with our receipt and let them know that all our food was not in our bags. So, fast food people don't like they making the food or whatever. So I guess they seemed like they were a little, attitude or whatever to make the food. And then my sisters one of my sisters, hold on, let me not miss this. would lead to. Okay, so we were still waiting for our food. Then somebody in the back said, "Can y'all
sorry you
why
have
they
to go
still
through
here?"
that.
And then one of my sisters made a comment and said, "If we had all our food, we would be gone." So then, after one of the ladies in the back said that, the lady who was in the front register, I guess she catch drift of all the emotions or whatever. And see, my sister was like right here. This is, you know, where people stand, and this is their, you know, whatever. My sister was right here getting the sauce from their inside, and the lady from the cash register was like, back up, doing this like this. And she had an attitude, and I'm not sure what my sister said to her. Then the lady who had got shot was saying, she had spoke up and said something and was telling the girl, like, I already know, like, girl, so basically, like, trying to stick up for the register lady. I'm horrible at telling stuff. So, then, the other lady, I guess the lady taking up for the register lady felt like that was her way to get bucked or get big. So she was just walking back like, yeah, because nobody wants smoke, like nobody want to, basically trying to antagonize, saying she want to fight or whatever. And then one of my sisters was like, what you doing all that for, or something, saying like, you could clock out or whatever. And then one of my other sisters was just saying the same thing. And the lady in the back, and the lady who was the guest, who spoke up for the register, cash register lady, was saying
Why
stuff
are you covering
like,
her face now for?
antagonizing to, basically saying, oh, called somebody and told them to bring her fire in or whatever, because these four hoes tripping or whatever, something like that. And one of my sisters said something like, I got it on me, shoot who or whatever, like basically saying she was going, the lady was basically saying she was going to shoot first. Then, as we got our food, one of the managers, I guess she was a manager at when McDonald's, she had came up to me and my other sister, the pregnant sister, and asked us, like, did y'all get everything? Are y'all okay with y'all need or whatever?
Black,
and me and my sister were okay, and we was walking out. And then the other lady still kept talking crazy. As we walking out, me and my other sister trying to get me and my two other sisters to leave out. And then next thing you know, the lady who told somebody to go get their fire had walked up to one of my sisters, and when I looked, she saw her hand. I don't know what she did. Her hand went like this, and my sister's hand went like this. So I turned around, put my foot down, and tried to grab my sister, because I ain't gonna like, you know. So, and next thing you know, I just heard bop. So I'm thinking, I'm looking for my sisters, and then I'm just thinking it was a lady that did the shooting, because she said she was gonna shoot first, and then I'm looking, and I see her on the ground, and then we try to leave, and I see a man with my sister holding her, like trying to not let her go. And then that's when we had called our mama, and we went to go get her, and yeah, came back, my sister and them caught her. And that's really it.
So this whole incident started over some food. Would that be fair to say? At a drive-through, there was a misplaced of food.
I wouldn't say it started over food, because it was.
What was it?
Not to be disrespectful, but it's real. Somebody just putting herself in a situation like I don't think it started over disrespect, but really talking crap, like talking out your neck, saying you're gonna do this and do that. That's how I feel. That's how that started. Because nobody's gonna do. My sister's not gonna go crazy if it's about some food. Yes, we all haven't ate. We didn't eat all day, so you know you get hunger attitudes or whatever. But I wouldn't say over food. I would say over
someone else injected herself in the issue.
Yes, and she had nothing to do with no situation. I'm not sure if her and the cashier were friends or related, because you know people step up for family always. That's understandable, but I'm not sure if she was a stranger or family. She just stepped up and automatically just said, I'll get my, I guess she felt tried, and she said, I'll get my either fire or pistol, something. She had somebody come inside.
You said she had someone come inside?
Mm-hmm.
Who was that she had to come inside?
I'm not sure if it was a man or female.
Yeah, unfortunately, the female that was shot, she's deceased now. She didn't make it. That's the unfortunate part about this incident.
Yeah, it's sad.
So what does that mean for my sister?
We don't know yet. We're still investigating, but right
Do
now.
y'all can look at the cameras? Do they got cameras that you can
Yes,
hear?
we got the
Like
cameras.
you can hear video footage?
Yeah, well, we're getting that now, but we got cameras there trying to get access to that now, okay?
Then you have another sister who's providing more details to this other officer, bringing up for the first time that McDonald's employees allegedly suspected the women were trying to pay with counterfeit money.
So without me asking, because they're gonna ask you all that. If it's 4 y'all there, how did they get to that? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Because when we got in there, mind you, they already missed. They claimed that we had fake tunnels, but we didn't have fake tunnels. We had fake,
somebody that worked there?
yeah, they was like, we had fake tunnels. We had fake tunnels. Y'all never gave us the food and our change. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so when y'all give us our food or whatever, mind you, in the drive-thru at first, y'all give us our food. We only got half of the food. So we started telling them like, we missing this, we missing that. So they getting attitudes and shit, but y'all should have had it right. So we like, all right, we're just gonna come in the inside. So we come in the inside. We standing at the counter. I'm standing like this way, but I'm just standing at the counter, but I'm turned towards the counter. So the girl was like, we telling the lady what.
no, but what I was getting at is how you doing? With there was so many of y'all, like none of y'all. I guess it could have happened so fast because none of y'all got stopped to the one.
I didn't. We didn't even know my little sister had the gun on her too. Got into it, and this was so crazy. Then before my sister even pronounced that she had a gun, later was already called for like,
Frank?
yeah, I had all y'all with all four of y'all. The exact what came out her shit. I had. That's why I was keep asking for the camera. She like, she started
Can you
calling
subscribe,
people coming in
please?
there. She like, I had y'all whole shot. So then when my sister turned and she like, hell, who shot him? You know, to
Guys,
her
don't
like.
forget to subscribe, please.
I got one
Help
too,
me
like
out.
type shit. So the lady was just steady whoop whoop. So mind you, by this time when they arguing, I'm still walking back and forth to my table to back over there to my table, get my food and shit. So the lady started putting her hand in my face, doing all like this. So I pointed back on her face like, stop putting your hand in my face, like doing her hand like that. She mushed me 2 times, and we started fighting. Then me and her started fighting. Then that's when the gun went off, but I didn't know that it was my sister that shot. So when the gun went off, everybody just started running. I turned back around because I ain't see my sister come outside. So when I turned back around, I see the lady laying on the floor. My sister still in there, and the man had got up his fire on my sister.
So while the detectives are doing these interviews at headquarters, there is another officer who has the horrible job of updating Tamanika's family at the hospital.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? My name is Officer Berlin with the Land Police Department.
That's mom.
That's mom, okay. They told you what's going on?
I want to see my baby. I need to see my baby.
Okay. So right now it's a homicide investigation, okay? Let me close the door. So it's a homicide investigation, okay? With a homicide investigation, there's a lot that goes into it, okay? Your child is unfortunately deceased, so she's considered a victim, okay? We have a lot of investigators and officers on the current scene of the incident, and they have to do search warrants and collect evidence and detain who they need to detain to make sure that we're doing everything correctly.
I don't think she heard it right.
Your child has been worked on here. The Amy is here, but I've been told and given strict orders not to allow you guys to see your child until everything is completely done with the investigation, and I've been told by the lead investigator. Okay, once they do what they need to do with their end, you'll probably receive a phone call, okay, and letting you know if you can see your child and identify your child. But I'm just an officer, and the lead investigators are currently working your child's scene right now on RDA. Okay,
They have both suspects.
Right now, I'm not sure what's going on the scene. I was rushed to the hospital with your child to make sure that she was getting treatment. So I'm not sure what's going on the scene right now. Okay, but I just wanted to make sure I reached out to you and tell you guys my condolences. Stuff like this should never happen. You know what I mean? But once the lead investigator gets enough information, you guys will be notified, specifically you, since you're the mother.
So do she leave her contact information?
Do they have anything? Did you reach out? Were you guys on scene?
Once I got the ambulance gone, I left. I
So you didn't speak to
nobody.
anybody?
No.
Okay.
Straight from
You have can I get
have her name and
you got
number right
name
here.
and information?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it in our chart here, but I don't know how that works.
Well, can I get a spare piece of paper
Yeah.
so I can get her information so I can make sure she reaches out to the investigator? Yeah, I got her ID. We're gonna need her ID. Like I said, from her clothing down to her undergarments, everything is evidence because they have to conduct their own investigation in reference to the ME, reference to a homicide investigator, stuff like that. So I'm sorry you're going through this, ma'am. I really am. Like I said, stuff like this should not happen at all. It's just, people just don't know how to. That's mom. Your name is. This is the.
Tamarika. They got the same name.
Oh, you got the same name? Okay.
Tamarika, she Tamanika.
Like I said, my condolences. It really, really hurts, especially during the holiday season. But for senseless violence to take place, I don't think that's okay at all.
Well, my mom here, they her birthday.
Whose birthday?
My mother.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay. And you say you got a good working number, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any other questions that you need me to answer?
I just want to see my baby. Y'all ain't gonna let me do that. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I spoke to the chaplains. The only thing that can be possibly done, she's gonna be covered the entire time. Okay. So yeah, I just don't feel like it's gonna be worth it to go in the room and not see her, if that makes any sense.
That makes plenty of sense.
So I don't want to bypass Grady rules. I don't want to bypass Grady rules. You know what I mean? Since they lead operations here, so.
Okay, we finna go. Okay, they're not gonna let me see her. It's a homicide.
Excuse me.
Okay.
This is the chapel. Can we have a word of prayer? Yes.
I'll step up. My condolences, y'all.
Okay.
So let's go back to Tanaya. What about her? Well, investigators put her in an interview room, and they left her there for hours. She was able to get out of her leg shackles to go to the bathroom, but then it was back to being alone with her thoughts. And after a couple hours, investigators came in to speak with her.
All right. Again, I'm Investigator Francis, the investigator of McCowan. We definitely want to talk to you about everything that took place today. Just want to ask you a few questions. But before we do that, can I get your first name?
Tonight
Spell it for me.
T'_IYAEVANS.
Okay, so that is your last name. And what's your date of birth? And what's your highest level of education?
Some college.
Okay. And is English your first language?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not asking you this to be offensive, it's just standard, okay? Just to make sure you understand, okay? I'm gonna read you your Miranda rights before we ask you any questions, and we're gonna make sure that you understand, okay? So, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you.
Stupid.
You are entitled to have
If I had a
lawyer
gun,
now
I would
and have
not
him present
behave
now
that
or
way,
at
yo.
any time during questioning. Do you
I've never had a
understand?
gun in my life.
If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be
I'm
appointed for
39
you
years old.
without cost, and he may be present at all times during your questioning. Do you understand? You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand?
That's crazy.
And I'm gonna ask you again, and I need for a verbal answer, please. Do you understand these rights?
And I've been to jail.
Yeah, but I need to work. I gotta go.
Hustling.
My sister.
I said
You
I'm
said
never
you-
going
I
back
gotta
to
talk
that
to my
place
sister
ever
and
again.
my lawyer.
And I never went back.
Okay. So, do you, but I still have to ask you the rest.
Mhm.
Do you, but let me ask you again, do you understand these rights? Do you wish
Yes.
to talk, do you wish to talk to us at this time without a lawyer?
Stupidness. And I was 19 too. Never been
Okay.
back since then.
So, no.
I can call my mama like, 'cause The lawyer. I don't
It's
really know how
sad.
to
That's
get
what
in
I'm
contact
saying.
with
Like,
him.
for no reason.
This one.
None.
Okay. So, what with the homicide? Unfortunately, today that girl, she deceased at the hospital. Okay. That's the unfortunate part.
She looks like she doesn't even
I'm gonna honor the
realize,
fact that
like,
you want to speak with your
what
lawyer,
she's
but
done.
unfortunately, you're gonna be charged for that. Okay. All right. Give me a second. I'll be back in here. I'll let you speak with your mom over the phone. Okay.
Now, after another 2 hours and Tanaya trying every single possible way to sit in that chair, she's finally able to call her family.
Highest win rate guarantee only at Luxury Casino. Why would you play anywhere else? Install now. What if I told you you'll experience longer gameplay, more features hits, and higher payouts if you play it?
Call her family.
You know the number you need to call? Yeah, come on. Keep it on speakerphone.
Mom. Tanaya, we've been waiting on you to call. Oh, please help me. I need a lawyer or something. Okay, so listen. Do not don't write no statements. We've been talking to lawyers already. They're gonna come down there and talk to you tomorrow.
You don't
They
even
said do not
deserve
talk over the phone. Don't
a
talk
lawyer,
about it
bro.
over the phone.
You don't deserve
are gonna be
help.
okay. Alright. Yeah, I'm on that, baby. You okay? Milo and Apple are home. I want to come home. I know you do. You just gotta calm down, stop crying, everything's gonna be okay. There's a way you can call and
19-year-old killed somebody over McDonald's food, Joshua.
And Lloyd Dad is like, Lloyd Dad, he gonna put time on money on your food. Alright. You already got like a pen and stuff like that, where like we can call you and turn pens and stuff like that. No, I'm at the headquarters in this room.
For years, yo.
I'm not still down
And then
there.
you have to go fight those crazy girls in jail.
They got you a question. Did you write a statement? No. I said I didn't want to talk.
I think you're bad.
Yeah, that's good. Keep it like that. Don't talk until your lawyer talk to you. Renee Rockwell is your lawyer.
Over disrespect and
burn her down there and see what they said and stuff like that. She's gonna try to get you a gun here and all that.
She wanted the right order.
Just be quiet. Don't talk about it with nobody. We know where everything already got to be. Yeah, we know what happened. Everything. Some other people been recording. That was in there. Everything is ours. It's gonna be all right. All right.
Stupid, man.
You okay? No. I wanted to go. Oh, okay. Understand some scrums right now, so everything can get settled and stuff, so we get everything situated. Oh, they want to talk. All right.
I ain't gonna let you get your hopes up. I ain't gonna get. They don't get bonds from her. So I'm just being honest with you. Okay, well, once again, that is the story you chose to go with. I'm not your investigator. But I also need you to understand that there's video camera of everything that went down, okay? So that is the story that you want to go with, fine. I'm also telling you that they seldomly do they give bonds for murder. They don't really give bonds for murder. So you'll probably sit right straight until your trial comes back.
How long they usually be?
Could be years.
I'm saying, like, if I go with my lawyer.
You're stupid. Like, you're trying to find a way out.
Even if you get a lawyer,
She's not even remorseful.
There's no guarantee that your trial is going to come.
She's not even saying, I'm so sorry.
6 months to a year.
She's like, I want to get out.
And you'll do a first appearance, you'll do a preliminary hearing, you'll do things like that, and then, like I said, that's where things kind of go from there. But suddenly, do they give bonds for murder?
Exactly. And it's all tears. Like,
Suddenly,
it's real shit in there, bro. People fight you.
If they, so you get prelim, right?
In jail, like,
so in prelims,
like
they'll play the video.
Bro. You have to stand up for yourself.
And based upon what the judge sees in that video or whatever, Going against what your arguments made, they'll make the determination if you are deemed a bond. I've been doing this long enough to say, based off that video, they're not gonna fall, they're not gonna, they're, like I said, it's murder.
Sent home.
You wouldn't be being charged if it wasn't.
You were there? That was
you wouldn't
around
be
your
this
space,
charged.
Jalen? That was a big news too. That girl that killed the manager with a knife.
So what are they saying?
You're being charged with murder.
Yes, I saw that, bro.
Yeah, I know, like,
How many what?
Wow.
How long was what? Do you
McDonald's
do you
is
down there?
serious.
how long did that,
Murder for murder?
McDonald probably did something behind closed doors.
25 to 30 years.
The officer's prediction was correct. Tanaya will spend decades in prison for what she did.
Decades.
According to Fulton County Court records, she first pleaded not guilty to the charges of murder, felony murder, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and aggravated assault. But Tanaya's attorney was able to negotiate a plea deal where she apparently entered a guilty plea to voluntary manslaughter, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and aggravated assault. Seems like that felony murder charge was dropped. And in November of 2024, Tanaya was reportedly sentenced to 25 years in prison. So 20 years for manslaughter and aggravated assault, and then another 5 after that for the firearms charge. That's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube.
A money wheel is a millionaire maker. Brought to you by Casino Rewards. Our players are playing their favorite games at Grand Mondial Casino.
As a result of events on Tuesday, March 24th, our community will never be the same again.
Underneath the years, my thoughts became.
They told me that he's killed somebody day before yesterday.
Blacked out moments masked by memories that photographed it all.
I didn't believe my father Joseph until I could talk about guns a lot. 911, where's your emergency?
I'm not scared now.
This is Westside Middle School. We have several children now.
Though it's not the same.
Over the last few days, we have been traumatized with tremendous loss.
All
we can do is to pray for peace and healing for their families and for
That doesn't make sense, Jalen. Like, was it a customer that killed?
The darkness is a
or kept her from leaving? Okay, it kept the girl that stabbed the manager from leaving.
Open, wounded, broken ones of innocence that do no harm.
March 24th of 1998 is without a doubt the darkest day in recent Arkansas history. It's a moment that left behind an unerasable stain on my hometown of Jonesboro.
What's up, Anthony?
Mere minutes of inexcusable action in hands that hadn't fully grown into their skins would forever tighten and reshape the rules of school in the United States of America. This story is about the danger of false alarms.
Good morning, Jonesboro. It's 60 degrees out there on this fine feeling spring day in northeast Arkansas. It's March 24th and spring break is over. But if you haven't gotten your kids up for school yet,
you guys want to watch
well,
this?
They just might not be going in today. I'm sure there won't be any complaints out of them. But what about their education, Mom and Dad? Better get up and get moving. I'll keep you rocking with the best hits of today. Here's Celine Dion with that Titanic song that's been stuck in the charts like a three-legged kitten up a tree.
It's roughly 60 degrees just before the Jonesboro morning rush on March 24th of 1998. Somewhere in a house off Hasbrook Road, a happy little 7th grade girl drinks the sweetened milk left behind by soggy Fruit Loops as she finishes an episode of Powerpuff Girls.
See you, girls. Bye. Now, Mojo, it's time for a Beatles reunion at Townsville Jail.
Moments later, she grabs her school bag and kisses her mother goodbye before making her way to the bus stop just outside her house. This is something she's done time and time again without incident or cause for concern. Just a little further down off Jacksonport Road, another girl in the same class will finish bacon and eggs at a round wooden kitchen table with her mother, father, and little brother before Dad heads to work on the big houses being constructed at Ridgepoint. Roughly 30 minutes later, the mom will hustle her 2 children into a Dodge Stratus, where 101.9 KISS FM's now long-forgotten morning show serenades their run to school. A third and fourth 11-year-old girl will have a similar experience, only the car carrying one of them will be blaring the radio station 104.9 The Fox, and the other child lives close enough to walk to class. All of these children attended Westside Middle School in Jonesboro, Arkansas. While these 4 little girls have slightly different home lives to each other, there is one thing that they and a teacher in their school will all have in common by the end of the day. And that's that none of them will ever be coming home from school alive again. I don't know if 4 little girls actually went through the motions I just mentioned on March 24th of 1998. But I do know that being the same age as them and growing up in the same town, these hypotheticals are typical of the era for kids in middle school. I outlined these conjured specifics because I want to place you in a setting where you can empathize with what those who experienced this tragedy went through.
So, that day was...
Well, I do remember throwing a fit about having to ride the school bus, that was one of the only times my sister and I ever rode the school bus.
I hope you hear the 90s radio jingle in your head.
Well, my day started like any other day. I went to work at the West Side School. I was a cafeteria worker.
Envision the haircuts of the time.
We got up that morning early. It was probably around maybe 5 o'clock.
I want you to smell the gunpowder.
I remember the same routine that we had every morning.
This isn't for shock value. It's because remembering this story should be real. It's the only way to guarantee that it's never forgotten.
It was just like any other day.
I'm going to start from my point of view. While in the same town, and of the same age group as the victims in the tragedy you're going to learn about, I attended a different school called Nettleton. Our high school principal was Mr. Thetford. His wife was a teacher at Westside Middle School, roughly 15 minutes from our campus. Sometime after lunch at Nettleton Junior High, the news broke out, initially hitting us like this.
Dude, there's been a shooting at Westside.
I know. Apparently there's like 20 kids dead or something.
Yeah, and the killer still hasn't been caught.
It's terrible.
Obviously, people were panicking. Worried parents collected their children early, and even teachers were visibly outside of themselves. When it was time to go home, myself and many others had to take the bus. I remember a bus driver named Mr. Shelton telling us that Principal Thetford's wife had been shot in the head and was dead. As teary-eyed girls and wide-eyed fearful boys gathered on his bus, he firmly promised he wouldn't let anything happen to us. But as far as we knew, the Westside Middle School shooter still hadn't been caught, so we kept our heads down in our seats and rushed into our homes when the bus reached our stop. A bus driver informing 11 and 12-year-olds that a woman had been shot in the head via headshot probably feels absurd to a listener in 2025. After all, most of us kids back then didn't even know what a mass shooting was, and our parents weren't exactly quick access to answer our questions or concerns. 1998 was a different era. While cell phones were in use by 1996, they certainly weren't popular in 1998. Not with kids, anyway. In fact, the popularity of cell phones in the hands of teenagers only began to creep in around 1999 before exploding by 2003. So in 98, I don't think I knew any kids with a cell phone, let alone a handheld device with high-speed data transfers. Things just weren't like they are today. Parents couldn't just text their kids to see if they're okay or video call them on demand. If a student needed to contact their mother or father, they had to go to the office and staff would do it for them, pending a valid reason to do so. So you can imagine the contrast in dynamics. There was no social media to scour for updates, just a TV that was mostly off during class. My mother worked in construction. It's very possible that she was totally unaware that an in-town mass school shooting had taken place until she got in her car and turned on the radio. Data just did not travel as fast back then as it does now. After all, 1998 was the year the home browsing internet was newly born with the help of Windows 98's built-in web browser. So for a household like mine that didn't even have cable, There was one source for news and updates, and that was KAIT's Channel 8. In my house, it was the only station we had. Their slogan was, "Good neighbors you can turn to." And they certainly kept us updated.
Have you heard about Canada's #1 employee benefits plan for small business? Introducing Chambers.
Us updated.
When your news counts, count on the experience of Tony Brooks, Diana Davis, and the K8 News team. Good neighbors you can turn to in Region 8.
After school, my mother and I sat at the television watching report after report, finally getting to the truth of what happened and who caused the pandemonium in our town that day. We finally got down to the facts of the tragedy. No, Principal Thetford's wife had not been killed. And no, there were not 20-plus people dead. But yes, there had been a massacre at Westside Middle School, a tragedy the likes of which we had never seen. And yes, the responsible party had already been caught.
At approximately 12:30 p.m. on March 24th, the fire alarm in the west wing of the Westside Middle School, located just inside the door of the west wing, was activated.
Fire alarm went off at our school, and we all come outside, and all of a sudden there was shooting. We was going outside to the back of the building, and then all of a sudden we started hearing this big old loud sounds.
This is Westside Middle School. We have several children down. We need more than one ambulance.
And we've got all the ambulance.
Police too.
We've got all the ambulance.
Shots fired.
Okay, they're still being fired. Where are they coming from?
I don't know, but it looks like they're coming from the woods. We need someone here pronto.
The sounds came from high-powered rifles with devastating accuracy. From their position in the woods, the boys turned the campus into a killing field. Before it was all over, the two boys killed 4 girls and a teacher, wounding 10 others.
Yeah, it just was so fast, just shooting and kids falling everywhere. It was awful.
In the chaos, rescue workers tried to treat the injured as best they could.
We had children laying in various areas around the school. There were numerous emergency medical services on site. All 3 Jonesboro services were there. All 3 were working.
But there wasn't just one shooter. There were 2, and they were both caught within 10 minutes of the shooting. It was hard to accept that 1, let alone 2 human beings, could be cold enough to orchestrate the execution of multiple preteen children and a teacher at a school in our town. But real shock shook the Jonesboro community like an earthquake.
That's what I thought,
when
but
it was
didn't.
revealed
that 13-year-old Mitchell Johnson
like
and 11-year-old Andrew
something.
Golden were responsible for the 27 bullets that were fired at Westside
law
Middle
crime,
School that day.
Uh,
As if that
put it
wasn't
together,
close
so
enough to home,
it's
Andrew
definitely
Golden was
real.
our Mel lady's grandson.
According to eyewitness reports, it was Drew
Subscribe to
Golden who
Law and
pulled the
Crime
alarm.
too, guys.
He then took off running toward the woods behind the school about 90 feet away. There was construction going on behind the building, so the 11-year-old ran along the fence line and then joined Mitchell Johnson, who was already in the woods. As the children filed out of the building, the 2 boys took aim.
1 teacher and 4 students were murdered that day. 32-year-old Shannon Wright. She was rumored to be pregnant at the time, but I can confirm that this is not true. Of the students, 11-year-old Brittany Varner, 11-year-old Natalie Brooks, 12-year-old Stephanie Johnson, and 12-year-old Paige Ann Herring all lost their lives. I used to play with Paige at my grandmother's house when we were younger. 10 others, including a second teacher, were wounded, but would thankfully recover from their physical injuries. But it's clear that almost 30 years later, some wounded minds have never healed.
Subscribe, guys. Help the channel grow,
I got
please.
off around, I guess it was 12:35 noon, and I always go to my son, Jonathan's room, and I peek through the door, and I kind of wave at him, when I leave. So I went down there that day, and I was going to wave at him, and then I was talking to, I believe it was his teacher, and we were standing out in the hallway, and we heard this pop, pop, pop sound. And we looked at each other, and I said, that sounds like a gun. So I went out the door, and I went up the hill to where the playground was, and I was standing up there, and I was watching all this. But in my mind, I thought it was like a drill, an emergency drill, because I saw it had to be Miss Wright laying on the ground and a kid, and it looked like somebody was telling somebody to get down. And I saw the blood, and I saw the janitor walking towards them with the walkie-talkie, and he was saying, get some ambulance out here. And I thought, well, this can't be real. This has got to be like an emergency drill. It just didn't, set in my mind that this was really happening. But then when I saw a kid come out the side of the door with a trash can lid for a shield, it dawned on me then. I said, oh my God, this is real. This is really happening. So I ran back down the hill, ran down the hallway to the cafeteria, and I was telling everybody, lock the doors. And by then, they were going around locking the doors. And I grabbed the women that I worked with in the cafeteria, and I said, let's pray. And so we just began to pray because we didn't know what was happening. And, at that time we heard that it was men in camouflage uniforms, and we just really didn't know what was going on. And so we just prayed, and then they wouldn't let us out of there for a long time. And it was just like a nightmare.
What if we told you that the hottest casino in town was actually your...
Let us out of there for a long time. And it was just like a nightmare.
911, where's your emergency? Student shot at Westside High School, Middle School. And what? Student shot at Westside Middle School. Okay. All right. We need an ambulance as soon as possible. Okay, hold on just a second, ma'am. Do you know who done the shooting? No, we do not. Okay. They came from everywhere. They came from everywhere? Yes, we went out for a fire drill. Okay, was it another student, or do you know? I don't know. Okay. We got an ambulance as soon as possible. Ma'am, we've got an ambulance in route. Do you know if there's only one shot? No, this is several. Okay, ma'am. Okay, we've got it. There's been blood loss. There's lots of blood loss. Okay, we will get someone out there. Thank you very much.
I went to English class, which was my 5th period class with Miss Carlo, and the fire alarm went off. So she grabbed her roll call book like they always did, and, we went outside, which I think we were the 3rd class outside. We were just all standing there, and all of a sudden started hearing like firecrackers or pop noises, and my friend Paige is standing to the right of me, and she's on the ground. I just thought maybe she fell, and then I look maybe 10 foot down the sidewalk to my right, and my sister's friend Natalie was laying there, and she had blood coming from her head, and then we all ran to the gym, and along the way there was a couple that, there was a teacher, Miss Thetford, and my friend Jennifer. We helped her up and drug her to the gym with us, and we locked the doors, and we didn't have service in the gym. I had a cell phone at the time, but it didn't work in the gym. For some reason, that nobody ever got service. That was not anything we ever thought about, but they did have a phone in the office of the gym, in the coach's office. So he proceeded to call 911, and it's what seemed like it took forever, which I know that wasn't. It was like 45 minutes or less.
911, where's your emergency?
Westside Middle School.
Okay.
We have a teacher down and several students down. I don't know the details.
Okay.
They'll stay on.
All right, so we've got them started. Thank you.
Okay.
So the alarm, when the fire bell rang, and nobody knew why, it did raise kind of a question, and it would have raised a question in anybody's mind as to what's going on. But as you're trained throughout your entire school, you're trained, if you hear that noise, there's specifically get it out of the building as quickly as you can. Don't ask questions, run first, ask questions later. And so that's kind of where we were with that. I was in the music room, which happened to be on the 6th grade wing, which is where the boys had hid out to do the shooting. Actually, I feel a little bit annoyed, that even, safety officers are already aware that this is even going on, and I'm a little annoyed that it's taken away from our day. I love Miss Northern. I love her class. I really wish you could get an interview from her, but I'm not 100% sure she would be willing
March
to
1998.
But anyway,
thank you.
I was a little annoyed that we were having to leave her class for this, and we did. And as soon as we got
Arkansas is not
outside
Canada.
of the doors, there were safety
I think
doors
we
on
just got our
on the
first,
school. The
our
doors to the
first
school would
school
shut
shooting
behind
here in
somebody and
BC.
lock behind somebody who was coming
That
out
stuff
of
happened in
it.
America, bro.
So I was the last one
I'm
out,
gonna show that
and
too.
once that door shut behind me, it was locked. There was no getting back
This has to
in,
finish first.
and all you could hear
It's
was
Canadian. Leave them there.
Jessen,
No, it's
guns
not.
going off, and
It's in
you could see your
Arkansas,
friends falling, and they were telling people that it was just a play, that, this was just a, thing on gun violence and everything. It was not real, when in fact it was very real. Like, I don't, being the adult and that had to be
America's
just as hard, if
full
not
of
harder.
guns.
So at this
Like the
point,
what we
I
just
had
watched
been
a
separated
19-year-old
from my class
kill
that I
a
had
woman in
came out
McDonald's.
with. When I looked around, I realized
Where'd
that
she get
I
the
was
gun
not
from?
with the same people I had came out with. But it didn't matter. The one goal that was being pushed is that everybody needed
And
to
she had
run
all sisters with her,
as
no
quickly
brothers.
as they could towards the jump. And so that's what was going on. Everybody was running, people were falling, but everybody was trying their best to get to that gym. And, most of us made it. Not everybody, but most of us did, so. If there hadn't have been adults there saying that, telling me that everything was going to be fine, then I probably would. It would have been complete chaos. I don't think I would have been the only one that would have acted crazy. Most everybody there would, because there were bullets coming through the wall. So, you were facing a chance of getting shot just sitting in the gym for safety.
911, what is your emergency? This is Susan Welch from Westside Middle School. We have had shots fired. We have someone down. We need an ambulance here. Okay, we got them coming.
Download the official Luxury Casino app to get over 1,000 games in your pocket. Install now. Why play anywhere else?
911, what is your emergency? Do you know if you have help on the way? Yes, ma'am, we sure do. Yeah, we do. Okay, thanks.
I have vivid detail of the day the shooting occurred. I had three small children. One of them was in 5th grade at Westside. One was in 2nd grade, and then my other daughter was in daycare. So I loaded everybody up after our normal morning routine, dropped everybody off at the school, dropped my daughter off at daycare, and I went to work at Ron's Catfish, which is right down on Dan Avenue. Dan Avenue used to intersect 63, and Dan Avenue was what extended out into Highway 91 that went out to the West Side schools. We had just completed our lunch rush, and prior to that 63 becoming a closed-off bypass, there were always a lot of bad crashes right there. There was always there's a stoplight right there at the intersection, so we would see ambulances. We saw one go by. This was about 12:50. Thought, oh man, there's been another wreck at the intersection. We were all kind of talking about it. Then we saw another and another within, pretty quick concession. Thought, man, that must be a bad one. That's not good. This is going to be a bad one. And then right at 1 o'clock, an ambulance driver, he was in his personal vehicle or an EMT, he just whipped off into the front of the restaurant parking area there, just jumped out of his truck, left it sideways, and he ran in and he said, "Can we use your phone? Can I use your phone? Can I use your phone?" And he was screaming. And we said, yeah, absolutely, what's going on? Because not everybody has cell phones. We're like, absolutely, what's going on? And he's like, there's been a shooting at the school. And all of us we sunk. Everybody sunk. And I looked over at Ron because my husband had dropped me off that morning. I didn't have a car. And he just threw his keys at me and he said, go. I jumped in his vehicle and just took off. I was the only one there that had children at the school. So I jumped in the vehicle and I took off, and traffic was backed up. There were people everywhere. There were cars all over the grass, all over the road, and there was just no way to get to the school. So literally there were hundreds of us we just threw our vehicles in ditches and we jumped out and we were running up. I can remember I was with a group of about 10 or 12 people. We ran up the high school And then there's a drop down behind it, and we all ran down that hill, and there's baseball fields and the football fields back there. They've got a 6 or 8 foot fence, maybe even a 10-foot fence at the time. I can't remember. And the gates were all locked. We all just started climbing. We all climbed over those fences, ran across the fields, and we were helping each other, got to the other side, climbed over those fences. And when we come over those fences on the other side, we were at the middle school. And one thing I will never forget is when I hit that second fence, I'm sorry, I looked up because I kept hearing this noise, and I said, I couldn't figure out what it was. And I looked up, and there was a helicopter from CNN already there, up in the air. I will never forget that. I don't know how they got there that fast. This was probably 1:15, 1:20. I was at the school really fast. And so anyway, just disregarded that. It just stopped me in my tracks for a second. And I ran over to the band room, well, the gym, because the band room was right beside it, and my son was in band, and he was down there for band practice. And ran to the gym, and when I got right to the front entrance of the gym, they were bringing Paige out. She was on a stretcher. I don't know where she came from, but I knew her because my ex-husband, he worked with Tony. He worked with her dad, and they had her. It was just not good, and I just looked around, and there were just people everywhere. There was 4 or 5 ambulances. There were us parents were just everywhere trying to find our children. There were officers everywhere. I saw Shannon laying over on the ground, and I realized I ran to the band room, and I realized that for whatever reason none of the kids were in there, and so I just ran up to the elementary school and got in the front doors and just lost it. They said the school had been locked down. None of the kids had moved. None of the kids were down in the band room that were supposed to have left from the elementary to go down to the band room. And I hit the floor. I couldn't get up. I threw up. I got sick. There were parents everywhere. It wasn't just me. There was all of us just like leaned up against the walls or on the floors, just in complete and utter shock. And so they got everybody calmed down. We stayed there. We meandered around. They all knew who we were, so they went and got each of us, or get our children as quickly as they could, letting us know that our children were okay and that no one at the school at the elementary school had been harmed. And when I got my youngest son, he was on the 2nd grade wing at the front of the school, the elementary school. He came out and he hugged me. And he said, Mama, he said, I heard him shooting, because they were out on the playground up above when the shooting happened. And he, to this day, he's never forgotten that.
911, where's your emergency? Yes, we have an emergency at Westside Middle School. Well, we've got everybody en route. Everybody's en route. Okay, just be somewhere where it's safe. Stay inside. Okay. Stay inside, okay? Please. They're there, honey.
Chris and I, we got up that morning early. I know we had dialysis runs that day. We were stationed in Harrisburg, a little satellite base there with Keller Ambulance Service. They dispatched Emerson Ambulance out to Westside High School and said that there was something going on and somebody might have been cut or injured or something. And me and Chris were, we really didn't even think anything about that. But as we got closer, they dispatched every available ambulance at the time out to Westside Middle School. There had been a shooting. There was maybe fatalities. And I looked at Chris, and we had just gotten back to the base. And Chris says, no, you're not driving. I'll drive. Because I said, holy shit, my daughter is in Westside Middle School. That was the longest drive from Harrisburg to Jonesboro, but in reality, it was pretty fast because Chris was driving really, really hard. And I remember when we got into the city limits of town, we got out on the bypass, and there was already so much traffic going on. I mean, it was crazy. But we were able to get around and get through to Westside Middle School, and I was in such panic mode. When they were talking about the possible fatalities, that's when I was starting to flip out. But we got there, and Chris ran over and wanted to know where the kids were. Well, somebody had opened the gym door, and I heard kids screaming in there, and I ran inside, and Chris ran in behind me, and I don't even know. The gym was packed full of kids. My daughter was up on the bleachers, and she come running down and grabbed a hold of me and just was screaming, and I didn't know what to do. I was sitting there trying to make some sense of what was going on. When we ran back out, I noticed that there were sheets and stuff and blankets covered up, in spots. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to that, but I ran to the ambulance, and about a few minutes later, Chris comes running in with this other little girl, and she was hysterical. And the ambulance were running in and out, you could just hear them. But the only thing I was concerned about at that time was my daughter, and I think we broke protocol by not jumping in and, and doing what we could to help the ones that were injured. But I was traumatized. I was totally in shock myself because I had never been through anything like that in my life. And Chris hadn't either. Nobody in that area had ever been through anything like that. The little girl that Chris had brought into the ambulance, she was just shaking profusely. She was shocked and screaming and crying. And so Jessica started talking to this little girl.
Yeah, I
Jessica
thought it was
started
new
talking
too.
to this little girl, and she
But
seemed
it's a
to be calming down a
documentary
little bit.
that
And I
Long
thought, wow,
Crime Network put
so
together. I think
Jessica
from
was talking to this little girl in the back of
1998.
our ambulance, and I said, Jessica, I'm going to run out and see if I can help these other people, okay? And she said, okay, Dad.
Yeah, I thought
So
it was on
she
the
was in there with
news
this little
too.
girl, and I ran out, and I was talking to Wade. Jessica was wanting to know if where Stephanie Johnson was, and I didn't know. I mean, but anyway, Wade, I went out, and Wade was standing there, and I said, Wade, my daughter, she's in the back of the ambulance right now. And he said, yeah, I saw you and Chris come out with those two little girls. And I said, well, Stephanie Johnson, she wants to know where Stephanie Johnson's at. And he said, James, I'm not sure, but I think she's one of those that's covered up. Oh, Lord. This is tough, man.
Helps optimize your checkout flow so you can grow your revenue and your team can focus on other things.
Oh, Lord. This is tough, man.
James is damn right, and it's about to get tougher. I spoke with all my guests for extended periods of time. Huge portions of their interviews will be left out of this video because much of our conversations were just that, friendly conversations. And that's probably the most true with Brandy Varner. She was in the 8th grade at Westside and on campus the day of the shooting. I spoke with Brandy for over 3 hours. She lost her 6th grade sister, Brittany Varner, that day. Brandy is about to guide you through what she witnessed in her own shoes. This is a very small sample of the conversation we had, but it will leave no question about the devastation and impact that stems from tragedies like this.
We caught the bus to school. I remember running out the door, me and her both, about 7:30, running down the driveway, yelling to her mom, I love you, see you later. And then getting on the school bus, and, I would go to the back of the bus and sit with the kids closer to my age. At that time, I was in 8th grade, and she was in 6th grade. And so once we got to school, the high school kids always got off first. And I remember what she was wearing. I mean, Brittany was always tiny compared to me. She was built real petite and small, but she always wanted to wear like my clothes. And I was always, 2 to 3 sizes bigger than she was. But I had a fringe shirt. One side was stars and on the other side was stripes. But I remember she was wearing that, and anyway, get off the bus and go to school like normal. And the day went on as usual. It was a typical Tuesday. Nothing, like I said, out of the ordinary. 12:30 is 5th period, so that was after lunch. That was during my choir hour. That was in the music building, which set away from the high school, and you could see the middle school, which the middle school at the time was only 2 years old and was still kind of a new addition to the West Side district. At any rate, it was about 12:30. I remember we get into the class, and as we get in, we're handing back our choir pictures and things like that. Somebody calls into the choir office and tells the teacher, hey, make sure you lock all your exterior doors. And so I remember she came out. Her name was Miss Ritchie, one of the sweetest, like she actually happened to be one of my best friend's moms at the time. But anyway, she came out, she's got her keys, and you can tell she's kind of concerned. So she's like, well, that was Mr. McKill or Mr. So-and-so. I forgot, I don't remember exactly who it was. And he just said to lock the exterior doors. So she's going around and she's locking all the exterior doors. Well, at that point, I look outside, I look out a window, and I see it was a substitute teacher and my school principal running down to, running frantically. I'm talking grown men running with a panic look on their face down to the football field. And it was kind of like, what is going on? All we can fathom is somebody must be high,
Shame on you, brother.
and running around crazy or something. Something's up. We're all kind of just pacing because we don't know what's going on. But at that point, we do see there's a police officer, like a county cop, that pulls up. And so this cop, he comes in on the side of the high school, and he kind of parks up on this hill between the high school and the middle school. And he opens the trunk of his car, and he is getting out. It's a rifle. He's got on this bulletproof vest, and he takes off running down to the middle school. And people are kind of starting to get more concerned. There's kids who are, kind of starting to get maybe a little bit more anxious. And I remember a girl saying, maybe we should pray. And then in the middle of all this praying, there's ambulances that go by. I can't remember if I counted 7 or 13 at the time, but I never one time thought my little sister was in one of them. At this point, the shooting is done. I guess I'm going to assume at this point, maybe they had apprehended the boys. All these people had descended upon the school. They're coming to get their kids. The media's there. People are just showing up. The traffic was backed up for 2 miles all the way back to the school. And my mom gets word that, now keep in mind, my mom didn't have a cell phone or anything at this time. She was working at a nursing home in Jonesboro at Southwest Drive. And she had actually was attending a funeral of a resident that had passed away. And when she got back, they had told her that there was a shooting at Westside, and so she assumed that it was at the high school, and so she took off. And once they get there and realize that it was not at the high school, it was at the middle school. Once they get to the middle school, only then do they learn that it was my little sister that was shot. But they told her that she was, I think, okay, that she was in the ambulance on her way to the hospital. At that point, they go to the high school, and I remember they called down for me, and I remember I walked up. I remember ignorantly, it's one of those moments where you look back and you wish you could slap yourself. Maybe my last walk of innocence, I guess, because I remember when I walked up to the high school, it wasn't like I ran. I didn't feel a need to run. And so, I remember when I got there and saw my mom's friend, Dina. She was obviously frantic, and she was trying to push me to get me to go out the door. She was like, come on, we got to go. And so I was like, well, what's wrong? Is it Brittany? Is Brittany okay? And she's like, we have to go. Come on, we got to get out of here. So I remember I was walking through one of the circles, one of the the high school, the senior high circle. And I remember there were people kind of at this point, things had kind of loosened up at this point. And so people had opened the doors to their classrooms, or teachers had opened doors to classrooms, and people were kind of, there were kids that were kind of standing out in the hallways trying to figure out what's going on. And so I had seen a few people that I knew, and they were like, oh God, is it Brittany? And I remember going, I don't know. And so we get in the car, and I get in the car, and my mom is in the back seat, and then my uncle's in the back seat as well. And so now we've got to get to St. Bernard's, and traffic, like I said, is backed up. I mean, it's bumper to bumper. It's 2 miles back, and we couldn't move. And so we
Can you
had
help me out and subscribe, please? Let's help the
we had to
channel
have
grow.
a cop lead us out once we told
really
them what we were
appreciate you
trying
being
to
here,
do and what was going on. They helped us get us around,
Sorry
the traffic.
for asking, but
at that time, my stepdad,
very
he worked
important.
at Riceland, and again, it's not like it is now. So it's not like him and my mom talked until, they left in the morning, and then didn't talk again until they got home at night. So we had to go to Riceland and find my stepdad to tell him that my sister had been shot. And when we get to the hospital, of course, I remember we tell them who we're looking for, and they were like, yeah, she's in surgery. They just got her finished. I think they're getting her out so you can see her. She's in recovery, whatever. Long story short, we were led to believe that, she was okay. I remember grabbing my mom's hand going, did you hear, Mom? Did you hear she's okay? She's okay. And Mom was not, Mom was very, I think looking back now, I think she already knew.
Dee. I appreciate this.
Then there was a point that she ran
really wanna
into
focus on
a girl that
real-life
she
trauma.
worked with prior, that was working in the surgery there at St. Bernard's. It was a nurse.
Makes me feel alive,
She had
reminds me that I'm alive.
mom and was hugging her very intentionally,
you.
and just kept grabbing her and telling her that she was sorry and crying and hugging her, and Mom was like and had no idea, but she
Dee,
said, I
can you
think
subscribe, please?
looking back, she said, I think she was trying to tell me then, because they came and pulled Lisa, the nurse, away from my mother, and they took me and my mom and put us in a room with these 2 other ladies.
Exactly.
And then they took Dina somewhere, which at the time we didn't
That's
really
what I'm
pay
trying
much
to
attention. I didn't pay much
convey
attention
to us, educate you guys.
Anyway,
we're all going through stuff.
So me and my mom
and
were
it
sitting in this
doesn't
room,
matter by
and
color.
I remember
That's
being
what I'm
kind
learning.
of antsy
color has
because
nothing
I
to
think
do
even
with
now,
evil
I think
and pain
even then,
and trauma.
I've always been like I'm a half cup, like it's going to be half full kind of person. I don't always want to see the positive side of it. So I think for me, I was just trying to hold on to the fact that she was supposed to be okay, and we were about to see her, and I felt like, I wanted so much for my mom's emotion, I guess, to be wrong, if that makes sense. Mom said, you need to call your dad and let him know what happened. So I remember I called him. I was telling him, that Brittany had been shot, and that, we were at the hospital waiting to see her, that they had her in surgery, and she was going to be okay. It was just a matter of time. Don't forget to subscribe,
Michael.
Before they took us back. And he said, okay. He said, let me know how she is. He said, and I'll go ahead and, head on over.
Yeah.
So he's like, I'll wait for you to call back before I head over. So I was like, okay. I got off the phone with them, and I told my mom what he said. And I remember we kind of sat there for a little while longer, and these ladies were sitting there they were nurses, And I think
I
that
don't
they were
see
just
bad in people, but
honestly, they didn't know what to do.
there's
I mean, what
bad
can you
out
do
there,
with
and we have to protect
a
ourselves.
woman whose child is dead down the hall and her 13-year-old daughter is sitting here and their life is about to change? And these two women, in the middle of them talking, my mom just looked at me and she said, "You need to call your dad back and tell him he needs to go ahead and come over here." And so as I picked up the phone, the doctor came in, and I remember I set the phone back down so I could listen to what he said. And I remember he kind of slid over, asked her if she was Brittany's mother, and she said yes. And he said, as
Thank
soon
you,
as we
Michael.
got her here, he said, we put her in surgery. He said, and we did everything we could to try to save her. And he lost it. And he said, and he started sobbing, and he said, we just couldn't save her. Every word that came out of his mouth, it was just, there was a hope, and then it was gone. And I remember feeling like somebody was suffocating me, like somebody had taken, I just couldn't breathe. I felt like somebody had taken some type of blanket or something and wrapped it around my head, because that's all I could feel was just hot air. And I remember I was trying to breathe, and they asked my mom if she wanted to see her,
your own
and
shit.
my mom
I think
said yes.
we need
and
to
so
come
they
together
started to escort us down the hall. And I remember
keep the world
my mom
safe,
and Dina were in front of me, and
regardless color,
walking along
gender,
alongside somebody.
Exactly.
And I was with somebody.
The world
maybe
is not
those
safe.
nurses. I don't remember. And I remember we walked in to where they
You see something, you tell something,
had her, and they had her
see something,
laying
tell
on a stretcher, and
Exactly. Sometimes we can't even, we're so busy that we have to listen to our soul. Exactly. And it does talk to us. Exactly. Just got me scared when you said be aware of your surroundings. But yeah, it's that scary. Exactly.
And my mom walked over to her and grabbed her hands.
I locked my door.
And I remember I just looked, because there's no way it could be real.
Exactly.
And so I remember I fell down and was trying to catch my breath, and my mom was crying over her and holding her hand. And then they took us out. And then my dad, they took us and they pushed us in a room, or a chaplain found us. I shouldn't say they pushed us in a room, but so we go down this other hallway.
I still haven't gotten my baseball bat
This
yet.
chaplain comes in this room with us. My stepdad finally gets to the hospital from wrestling with my uncle. At this point, he has no idea what's going on. So they push us into this room, and we all sit down and we pray. And then we get up, and my dad looked at my mom and he said, well, how is she? And so, of course, my mom had to tell him, that she died. And I have no idea. I have no idea how much my life is about to just change, turn upside down. And everything that I had known is now over.
Maintenance crews washed away reminders of yesterday's bloody shooting as counseling sessions were being held for teachers, students, anyone needing to share their feelings. Cody Hallett talked to counselors and then talked to the media about what he heard from suspect Andrew Golden.
And what'd they say to you again? They said they were going to kill people.
White ribbons were handed out, reminding us of innocence lost.
Community
support that everyone's come together, to give, and they're wearing them very willingly.
Construction was taking place here at Westside Middle School, and crew members say the suspects fired at them.
As the boys was fleeing, the one guy up on the roof said they shot at him, and he saw them when they were fleeing.
Yet another tale to add to this already horrible story. At Westside, Brian Huddleston, K8 News.
On the morning of March 24th of 1998, mere hours before the tragedy, Mitchell intentionally missed the bus, telling his mother that his stepdad was going to take him to school instead. But that's not what the 13-year-old had planned. Instead, he picked up 11-year-old Andrew, and the two drove off in Mitchell's mother's van. They had to stop at 3 fueling stations to get gas because the first two wouldn't serve the boys due to their age. But third time's a charm. 11-year-old Andrew Golden and 13-year-old Mitchell Johnson loaded up a number of items into Mitchell's mom's Dodge Caravan. These items included camping supplies, snacks, and guns. All of the weapons had been stolen from Andrew Golden's grandparents' house, the home of Doug and Jackie Golden. Jackie was the mail lady I mentioned previously. Apparently, there was an even bigger arsenal of weapons hidden behind a steel vault in Andrew's own home, too. But even after using a hammer and a blowtorch, Mitchell and Andrew had no luck breaking into it. So the pair got in the van and headed towards Andrew's grandparents' house, where they knew they could gain access to weapons that were easier to steal. And the boys got what they wanted. This included 10 different firearms and countless rounds of ammunition. With a full tank, the van and its contents were driven to a wooded area, just about 100 yards from Westside Middle School. There, they unloaded the weapons and prepared for the attack. After setting everything up, they parked the van about a half a mile from school before making their way back to their vantage point. Andrew then entered Westside at around 12:30 p.m., just after lunch, and pulled the fire alarm before running back to rejoin Mitchell in the woods. At 12:41, while people were evacuating the building, the two little cowards opened fire on them. In an instant, there was a swirl of confusion, shock, and horror as bullets could be heard penetrating the bricks that made up the school's exterior. The following testimony from Westside Middle School teacher Debbie Spencer has been recreated with an actress directly from quotes and details given to BuzzFeed.com. Here is Debbie's harrowing account of what she witnessed on March 24th of 1998.
When I walked out, I saw Stephanie Johnson. I thought somebody had pushed her because she went forward. I started to run towards her, and that's when she was hit again. She didn't even have time to get her hands up. She just fell. Then I heard the sound of the gun. I froze for a moment and started pulling kids down to the ground. A 7th grade boy named Tristan grabbed a hold of me and said he'd been cut. When he held up his arm to show me, I could see where 2 bullets went through. I told him to follow me back inside the school, but when I got to the doors, they had automatically locked because of the fire alarm. I remember the sheer terror. Something's getting our kids and we can't get back in. A couple moments later, another teacher opened the doors from the inside. As I went in, 2 other kids did too, but one was dragging the other. The little 7th grade girl being dragged in was Brittany Lambie. I knew her since she was in kindergarten. Brittany played on the same softball team as my daughter. We'd gone on road trips together. She was bleeding and screaming for help. I was in shock. I didn't know what to do. At one point, I heard a voice. God or Brittany's guardian angel, I don't know, but it instructed me to run to my classroom and grab the emergency kit designed for responding to earthquakes. I grabbed some washcloths and headed back to the girl. Her socks were just soaked in blood. I thought, I gotta figure out where the blood is coming from and stop it. When I cut her pants from the bottom, I saw she was shot through her femoral artery. Every time her heart beat, red liquid would just shoot out of there. Mrs. Fuller brought me a flat sheet she found in the earthquake kit. I made a tourniquet out of that and wrapped Brittany up as tight as I could. I propped her leg up on a bucket as I waited for help. I held on so tight to stop the blood from coming out that I later had to get surgery on the hand that I was holding on with. Lambie was crying for her mother. I tried to keep her calm, telling her she'd see her mom at the hospital. We were the last ones to be reached by the EMTs that day. While I was helping Brittany Lambie, I could hear another staff member outside saying, "Hang on, Brittany. Hang on, Brittany." They were helping another sixth grader named Brittany Varner, who had been shot, but she didn't make it.
Brittany Lambie survived. Doctors said her condition was so serious that without Debbie Spencer's help, the young girl probably wouldn't have. Later, Debbie discovered that a bullet had gone through her own purse. She had just barely escaped unharmed herself. According to the principal at the time, Karen Kurtner, Debbie Spencer was one of the most critical people she had on campus that day. She saved Brittany Lambie because she did what had to be done at the right time. Debbie Spencer is a hero, and if you ask me, there should be a statue of her with wings on her back at that school. Sixth grade social studies teacher, Lynette Thetford, also risked her life and nearly paid with it to rescue students that day. As Miss Thetford tried to help frantic students to safety, she was hit by a bullet that went through her intestines and struck the nerves that control her legs. She fell face first on the ground, unable to move, right beside a little girl who'd also been shot. But that student was sadly already gone. Miss Thetford was dragged to safety by others where they applied aid until help arrived. It would take her months to learn to walk again. As a matter of fact, apparently she still occasionally limps to this day. She was also understandably diagnosed with clinical depression. As I previously stated, Miss Thetford is my high school principal's wife. I wish them both as much peace as this world can afford going forward. Another teacher who was an absolute hero that day is Shannon Wright. While using her body to shield students from gunfire, she took 2 bullets herself. Unfortunately, Shannon Wright would not recover. She left behind a husband and a young 3-year-old son who now only has distant, vague memories of his mother.
She was called a hero. After news broke, she stepped in front of a student to shield that student from gunfire.
She just was just easy going. I mean, just fun to be around.
Shannon's legacy doesn't just live on in her son and now grandchildren, but her own actions speak volumes.
He had pointed the gun at me, and Miss Wright had seen him, I guess, and whenever she did that, she stepped in front of me and he shot her.
I think Shannon just reacted because she loved those kids.
A decision that helps her only son move forward.
That was one of those things that always did give me a little bit of comfort, was all the students that over the years have reached out, messaged me.
I hear that.
And said, hey, I mean, this is what a special person your mom was.
It's crazy over there, man.
Those injured by Mitchell and Andrew include Nettleton High School principal's wife, 42-year-old Sarah Lynette Thetford, 13-year-old Amanda Barnes, 12-year-old Ashley Betts, 12-year-old Jennifer Jacobs, 13-year-old Brittany Lambie, 11-year-old Candace Porter, 12-year-old Christina Amer, 12-year-old Jenna Brooks, 13-year-old Tristan McGowan, and 11-year-old Whitney Irving. It seemed like the boys were specifically targeting females. That is, with the exception of Tristan McGowan, who was actually a cousin of Andrew Golden's. The shooters were caught just minutes after the shooting. They had planned to drive to Andrew's family cabin in the woods before going on the run, but thankfully they didn't make it that far. Reports often state that the boys are cousins, but upon deeper research, I'm pretty sure this isn't true. What I do know is, Mitchell was a 7th grader, while Andrew was in the 6th grade. But the pair did share the same school bus where they apparently struck up a friendship. People that knew them at the time say they both were known for hostility towards others. Reports state that the pair even made threats prior to the shooting by which they claimed something big was going to happen. Unlike Andrew, Mitchell was not from Jonesboro. He had moved to town 4 years prior from Minnesota after his parents divorced. Johnson lived with his mother, Gretchen Woodard, and his stepfather, Terry Woodard. Gretchen was a prison guard. Terry was serving a 10-year sentence for drug-related crimes when they met. Rumor has it he was in a biker gang in the 80s. It seems that Mitchell and his real father had quite a difficult relationship at this time, but that didn't stop Scott Johnson from rushing to his son's rescue with a personal lawyer after the shooting. Fellow classmates said Mitchell was a bully who bragged about being in a gang and doing drugs. Tim Bonham, a neighbor of Mitchell's at the time, claimed he had to chase the boy off his property twice in the last year for firing a shotgun at his house. While Tim mentioned Mitchell having a companion with him during these altercations, he couldn't verify the other boy's identity. Another classmate claimed to have witnessed Mitchell pull a knife on a fellow student, but they'd been too afraid to report him. But the most alarming fact about Mitchell Johnson is that a year prior to the shooting at Westside, he had been criminally charged for intimately interfering with a 2-year-old girl. This happened while Mitchell was on summer vacation in southern Minnesota the year before. The girl he assaulted was the daughter of Mitchell's father's live-in girlfriend. According to reports, Mitchell actually had admitted to some of the things he was accused of. Mitchell's trial for the SA was still pending at the time of the shooting. In contrast, Andrew Golden was slightly different. He was into go-kart racing, baseball, and even played trumpet. He was regarded by adults as well-mannered. Teachers remarked that he was a cheerful student with decent grades. Andrew seemed to lack the school disciplinary problems that Mitchell was known for. He was also very close to his family, who took a keen interest in firearms. He shared in that interest, even competing and winning awards for his marksmanship. With all that said, Andrew had been in his fair share of fistfights, and one girl in his school even claimed he killed her cat with a BB gun. He was also known to talk about bringing a gun to school to deal with those that made him mad. It's hard to believe we're talking about 11 and 13-year-old boys here.
It's crazy.
Good evening, I'm Hugh Downs.
And I'm Barbara Walters, and this is 2020.
An interview with Mitchell Johnson's lawyer, Tom Firth, was to be aired on 2020 with Barbara Walters. He claimed his client was receiving death threats. Firth apparently detailed Mitchell's version of events, and even made mention of his client's alleged hit list, quoting Mitchell as saying, "I just wish I had the people in my scope that I really wanted." The teen also claimed that the whole thing was Andrew Golden's idea. To top it all off, just days before the interview, Mitchell tells his team that he too had been SA'd between the ages of 6 or 7 via the family member of a daycare that he attended. He blamed this for his anger and the reason for the shooting. According to transcripts of the 2020 episode, a letter Mitchell wrote expressing remorse for what he'd done was also read out during the show. Johnson was apparently upset with a teacher for taking a hat from him in school. Many details were discussed during the interview, but just 2 days before it was set to go out, a judge on the case removed Tom Firth, citing that he didn't think the attorney was acting in Mitchell's best interests. ABC subsequently pulled the interview from being aired. Shortly after that, Mitchell's father changed the story about his son's alleged abuse by claiming that it didn't involve staff at the daycare or family of the owners. In fact, Scott Johnson claimed it didn't even occur at the daycare facility in question. He said it definitely happened in Minnesota, but declined to provide further details for fear of being sued. To this day, the legitimacy of Mitchell Johnson's claims remain unknown. Now, you might be thinking that silencing Tom carries a fishy aftertaste. What did he know that they didn't want to get out? But when you dig a little deeper, dropping Mr. Firth was probably the best thing that could have happened to Mitchell Johnson. You see, Jonesboro had never heard of Tom Firth until he showed up a couple days after the Westside shooting, claiming to be some kind of expert. Scott Johnson alleged that Tom Firth offered the family over $5,000 if they let him rep Mitchell at trial. And not only that, but other witnesses claimed they watched Tom Firth write death threats and hate mail to Mitchell Johnson with the purpose of garnering sympathy for his client. Of course, Firth denied the claims, but that wasn't the only accusation lobbied against the lawyer. When Mr. Firth coached a kids' soccer team in Village Bay in 1991, he found himself in a relationship with a 16-year-old girl on the team. She allegedly tried to self-terminate after he broke up with her. He ended up pleading no contest to interfering with the custody of a minor, and settled out of court with the girl's parents for $115,000. A child predator rushing to defend a predator child. What are the odds? The day after the tragedy, our small city of 50,000 people went from never being heard of to on the front page of every paper in the nation. The country was in shock. The who and the what were exposed for all to see, but the why was an unanswered riddle that had the public divided. Why would two kids, one preteen and the other barely a teenager, decide to execute such a cold-blooded plan at their school? Arkansas had seen kids accused of horrible crimes before. After all, the West Memphis 3 case happened only 6 years prior, and it was only a handful of miles down the road. But the kids accused of those crimes were older teenagers. In fact, if you compare the cases side by side, you'd find that Andrew Golden was closer in age to the victims in West Memphis 3 than their alleged killers. But just like in West Memphis, The public set its sights on a number of different things as the cause of the tragedy in Jonesboro. Gun laws, video games, classic rock music, parenting, and just about anything else they could use to try and make sense of it all. But the truth is, there was no sense to be made. Even today, we still search for some answers.
It really does help. It's not a joke. It takes away
Truth is, there was no sense to be made.
thoughts,
Even today, we
negative
still
thoughts.
search for some answers. In the weeks and months after the West Side school shooting, Jonesboro, Arkansas dealt with a problem it had never seen. It now had two little boys waiting for trial that would go down as two of the most evil children in history. Not only that, but what on earth was to be done with Mitchell Johnson and Andrew Golden? What's the appropriate punishment for such a callous deed? Surely at best, a life sentence. Well, unfortunately, that's not what was deemed adequate. The pair were tried as juvenile offenders. Mitchell pleaded guilty while Andrew, after being denied an insanity plea, was found guilty. But without being tried as adults, the boys would face no life sentence. In fact, they were ordered to youth services until their 21st birthdays, after which they'd simply be released back into the world with no record. The ruling felt awfully stale, and many in the community were unamused. Mitchell and Andrew would both be released at the age of 21. Because they were tried as youthful offenders and had their records technically expunged as adults, there were no restrictions on them that prohibited them from legally obtaining firearms. Shortly after, Mitchell would be arrested for being in possession of a gun and marijuana. Legally, Mitchell having a gun may not have been a big deal, but being under the influence of marijuana while having the gun was. He would also face charges for spending $65 on a stolen credit card. He was convicted and sentenced to over 50 years in prison. In 2015, at the age of 31, he was released on parole after just 8 years. He was arrested for a couple minor offenses after that, but I don't see any violent charges. The last charge appears to be around 2019.
Wow.
State your name for the record, please.
Mitchell Scott Johnson, sir. In 2017, a civil case against Andrew and Mitchell was won, awarding the families of the victims a judgment sum of $150 million. The shooters would be individually questioned during video-recorded depositions in both 2000 and again in 2008, where deeper insight about the tragedy would finally emerge. But this wouldn't happen until the civil case was won in August of 2017, and those taped depositions would be unsealed. The following clips contain footage directly from those interviews.
The Friday of spring break, I went to a friend's house and I spent the night with him. And we had brought up the subject of school and how things were going. And I told him that I wanted to come to school. You know, I didn't give him a date because I wasn't for sure. I told him that I felt that some negative could happen. You know, and I didn't want him getting hurt.
When you told him not to come to school or something bad might happen, who was that person?
I'm not going to name names.
What was said in that second conversation which occurred on Monday before the shooting on Tuesday?
I had told her not to come to school because I thought something bad might happen. And then after that, I had told her that I loved her, that I'd see her. That was all that was said.
You said you loved her and what?
I had loved her and that I'd see her sometime.
Mr. Johnson, I've handed you a photocopy of a document dated January 31, 1997, in the upper right-hand corner bearing your signature and which you acknowledge is in your handwriting. Would you read that document or the parts of it that you can for us, please?
John, I am in ISS because this morning I walked in with my hat on. I was to take it off, and the teacher tried to take my $35 hat. And I said no and tucked it under my arm. And it took 2 teachers to take it away from me. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I could have just given up my hat and went right along with the day. I got mad and lost my temper, and I just ruined a Good Friday. I woke up with a bad hangover this morning. That is my problem. The hangover is from too much pop, and I put in parentheses soda, last night. I had a bad morning this morning, so I came to school with an attitude. I hate 2 teachers in the school. I cannot read that.
I would blank them, but one other teacher will about it and tell them? Is that right?
I couldn't honestly
Okay,
say.
well, read what you can. You go ahead and read what you can. Who were the two teachers you were making reference to that you hated?
I'm not for sure.
Was Mrs. Wright one of them?
No, sir, it was not.
Did you ever claim to be a member of a gang?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what gang did you claim to be a member of?
Blood.
And were you in fact a member of the Bloods gang?
Not necessarily, no.
Did you associate with some persons who identified themselves as members of the Bloods gang?
Some, yes.
And where was that association?
In Minnesota.
Did you engage in self-mutilation?
Minnesota is
prior to
wild
March
too.
24th, 1998
With the UPS
at any time or
killers.
place?
Yes, sir.
What type of self-mutilation did you engage in?
I had cut him off my left arm, sir.
What type of instrument or device did you use to cut upon yourself?
A knife.
And where was this done?
At my home.
Yeah,
In
exactly.
the summer, winter, fall, spring?
Exactly, it does
It
do that for
was
sure.
in the very beginning of spring.
Did you get confronted at the school about your self-mutilation?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who confronted you at the school about self-mutilation?
A coach.
Did the coach warn you not to do self-mutilation anymore, or you would be kicked off the team?
Yes, sir, I did.
And after the coach warned you not to engage in any further self-mutilation, did you do it again, and he caught you, and then kicked you off the team?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell your mother about your second episode of self-mutilation?
After she had caught me, yes, sir.
Did your mother at that time recommend that you get any psychological or emotional counseling?
Not for that, no, sir.
Let's just kind of start from the beginning, and you just tell me in story-like fashion, how did this shooting on March 24, 1998 come about? What happened? What brought it all about? And who had discussions about it? What happened?
Well, I can't say why it happened. Honestly, I cannot say that. I can't say that I wasn't mad at nobody, that I didn't mean to kill nobody. That was not my intentions when I went to begin with, sir.
The shooting incident took place. There obviously was some planning, gathering of guns, gathering of camping equipment, staking out a facility, and so on. Tell me about the discussions that you and Andrew Golden had about pulling off this shooting incident. When it started, who decided to do what, who suggested what, who did what. Just tell me what happened from the time it was first discussed that you might do something like this until it was all done.
We first started discussing it in probably around Christmas time in '97, and there was no given reason why, but we had discussed how it would happen, where we get the weapons at, Mr. Garner had asked me if I could help him with it because he needed somebody to drive for him, and apparently I knew how to drive, and at first I told him yes, I'd help him, and then I changed my mind because I thought, I knew that I figured something bad could happen, and then we had continued talking about it for a while, and it went on like that till I finally decided that I'd help him do the crime. And we had discussed where we get the guns, how we get them, and how I get the transportation and everything. And the week on spring break, right before spring break, we had decided that it was probably going to happen. And then Monday, we confirmed that it was going to happen. We talked to each other and said it was going to happen. And I decided how I was going to get the transportation. I had told a couple people about it. I had warned them that please don't come to school because I didn't, in case there was a chance of somebody getting hurt, I wouldn't want them to be one of them. And then Monday, went home after school. I took all my books out, took all my books out of my bag, threw them in my bottom drawer. I had packed all my clothes and everything, sir. Had really a normal night, really. Stayed off to myself. Tuesday morning, come around, I woke up. I got dressed and everything. I woke up kind of late on purpose. And my mother asked me to hurry up so I wouldn't miss the bus. And I pretended to go to the bathroom. I went to the bathroom, stayed there till I knew the bus left. And after the bus had left, I'd walked outside and put my bag in the van. And I'd walked back into my house and told my mother that I lied and said my stepfather was going to take me to school. And my mom asked me, how's he going to take me to school when he's at work? And I told him he was out in the shop. I had lied and said he was out in the shop. And I had said that he wanted me to come get the keys. And she gave me the keys. And I had walked out to the van, started it, and drove. And I stopped because the bus had stopped at my stop again to try and pick me back up. And I never walked out I was in the car, so I didn't walk out, the van. So I didn't walk out to the bus stop. After the bus left, I followed the bus out. I went to the church on Golden's Road. I had stopped, walked down the street, saw Golden. He had asked me where the van was, and I told him I parked it by the church. So if my little brother saw it, because the bus route went past his house, and I said if my little brother wouldn't see it and start questioning and ask what's happening.
What's up, Stacey
And
Kelly?
he had asked me to go
Thanks
get
for
the
coming.
van for him, so I went back there and got the van. I parked it, and we had went in. He told me that he needed to throw his clothes and stuff in the van, so I opened the door for him. He threw his clothes in the van, and we decided that we were going to get the guns from Mr. and Mrs. Golden's gun cabinet, our gun safe. And I tried getting in the gun safe, sir, and it didn't happen. It didn't work. And so we decided that Golden said his grandfather had some guns that we could possibly use. And I said, okay. And so we got back in the van. I had drove to Texaco first, sir, because I needed some gas. The van needed gas. I walked out there and accidentally bumped a gas rail, and I was scared somebody might say something, so I took off from there. Didn't even decide to get out and try to pump gas or nothing. And I went down to another gas. I turned.
He's a
went
kid
to
that
another gas
never
station to get some more. Try to get
undermined
gas. They wouldn't let me pump there.
his skills.
I went
like
to
he
another.
knew he was smart.
I went to
He
another
knew
gas
what
station.
he was doing.
They didn't let me pump there neither. So I said, never mind the gas then.
There's people
So we
who
had drove,
pretend
and I
they don't
parked on
see
the road.
reality.
Andrew told me to turn, so I turned. He said, park here, and we'd go to grandfather's house from here. So that's what I done. I had parked the van. We had got out. We had left all our stuff in there. We had parked, and we started walking. And finally, we got to his grandfather's house, sir. And we had jumped over the fence. And he said we're gonna go in the back way. That way nobody will see us. Okay. And the back door was locked. And Golden went and grabbed a crowbar and broke the window out. I reached in there, unlocked the door, and we had went through like that. We walked upstairs.
That's me, and this crowd surf all started with a hockey bet with Proline Plus. Our picks are in, we're out watching the game, when we decide...
Walked upstairs, and
something
Golden
John
had
said,
asked me to do something. I can't recall what he asked me to do. Go in the other room, and I went in the other room. And
Mitchell Johnson?
By that time, Golden had, I guess, unlocked the deal. However, he unlocked it. He had unlocked the gun cabinet, and he had started pulling weapons out. And he had told me to go back in the other room and get some ammunition. So I went back in the other room, found it. That's what he had asked me to do to begin with. I had to come back and ask him where it was. And I come back, got the ammunition. We had loaded up the guns, and we had started walking to the school. And when we had got to the school, we had set up and everything. We had set up right behind the fence. That way nobody could see us, but there's construction workers and stuff there, and we just stood there. We knelt down, and Andrea went in and pulled the fire alarm, come back out, And that's when the shooting happened, sir.
Okay, let's go back over that and let me ask some questions. Did you drive the van from Doug Golden's house to the vicinity of the school?
No, sir, I didn't drive the van after I parked it to walk to to his grandfather's house.
So once you parked the van, you walked from the van to Doug Golden's house, got the guns, and then walked from there to the area where the shooting took place?
Correct.
And left the van in the same place?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Andrew had told you back in Christmas of 1997 that he wanted to do a shooting crime, is that correct?
Correct.
When he first approached you with this, what did he say first time? I mean, what was the first discussion about that?
I don't remember how we got talking about it, but all I remember was we had got talking about that, and he had asked me if I knew how to drive, and I told him yes, I did, and he had asked me if I could help him drive because he don't know how to drive.
Whose idea in the first place was it to do this shooting incident? Yours or his?
It wasn't mine, sir.
So at any rate, Andrew Golden discussed with you this idea of shooting people at West Side School, is that correct?
No, sir, he didn't say shoot, he said scare him, sir.
Okay. And did you know that Andrew Golden was accomplished or had skill with as a shooter?
It was the Bloods.
Sir, I was informed that he knew how to shoot, yes, sir.
Okay. And he told you that he was a good shot?
Not necessarily a good shot, but he told me he knew how to shoot, yes, sir.
And did you know how to shoot a rifle?
Yes, sir.
Had you shot rifles before?
No, sir, I haven't.
You had seen people do it? You'd seen people shoot?
On TV and stuff. I never been there when somebody shot a rifle.
So you knew how to shoot a rifle from watching TV and movies?
Well, I knew how to shoot a shotgun or a gauge. So it's really the same thing almost, sir.
Okay. Had you ever shot a shotgun before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you and Andrew Golden discussed this shooting incident several times before it actually took place.
Correct. The only thing that I was asked to do, sir, was to help him drive.
Okay. And Andrew Golden then told you he would be in charge of getting the guns.
Yes, sir.
When Andrew Golden asked you to bring the van around, when you got back, did you and he try to steal guns from his own home?
Yes, sir.
Whose idea was that?
It was not mine, sir.
Okay. Had you ever been in a home prior to that day?
His home, sir?
Yes.
No, sir.
So when you were unsuccessful getting guns out of the gun vault, he came up with the idea that he knew where he could get some guns. Is that right?
Correct.
And you then went to his grandfather's home, that is the home of Doug Golden.
Correct.
When you got into the home of Doug Golden and you observed these guns, they were locked with a cable lock on them when you first got there, and shortly thereafter, Golden had unlocked the lock, and then you got guns and he got guns off the rack. Is that correct?
I didn't touch the guns until they were handed to me, sir.
All right. Who handed them to you?
Golden did.
Okay. And did you load them with ammunition that you had found in the home?
Yes, sir. Both of us had found.
And did you get ammunition? Did you help gather ammunition from whatever source that day?
Yes, sir.
And was that ammunition used in the shootings?
Some of it was, yes, sir.
Okay. When you went to the location in the woods outside the school area, was that a predetermined place, or did y'all just pick the place as you were walking?
I don't know, sir. I wasn't the one who had planned all that out. I don't know.
So
I had just stopped where he had stopped.
So he was walking ahead of you, and when he stopped, you stopped?
Yes, sir.
You did not plan the shooting location?
No, sir.
Okay. Well, then after you got the guns and headed to the school, what did you all talk about while you were walking up there?
I had mentioned to him that I didn't want nobody getting hurt. And I had mentioned a few names of people I definitely didn't want getting hurt if they had went to school that day.
And who did you mention?
I prefer not to mention names, sir.
All right. What did he say about hurting someone?
He didn't say nothing about hurting anybody.
Did the rifle that you used, I understand it had a telescopic sight?
My understanding, yes, sir, it did.
And you'd watched enough movies and TV that you knew that if you put the crosshairs of a telescopic sight on a person's body and pulled the trigger, the bullet would hit them where their crosshairs were, correct?
I've shot through a scope, yes, sir.
So you knew that?
Yes, sir.
So you knew if you put a person in the crosshairs and pulled the trigger and the gun discharged, they were going to be hurt or killed?
If the crosshairs were set right, yes, sir.
Okay. And you knew that Mr. Golden was an avid hunter and a game and fish warden, didn't you?
Mr. Douglas Golden, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Andrew had told me that his grandfather was game warden, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you went there and you looked through that telescopic sight and pulled the trigger when Shannon Wright was in the crosshairs, you knew that bullet was going to strike her, didn't you?
Objection, student's facts not evidence.
No, sir. I don't remember me shooting, honestly, sir.
Did you just go into some sort of a blind period? When
Yes,
you were
sir, I
just
did.
Shooting like in a rage?
Yes, sir. Basically, yes, sir.
Objection to the characterization.
As the shooting was going on, what did you and Andrew say to each other?
Nothing that I remember, sir.
When you got stopped in the area where the shooting took place, did Andrew leave to go into the school building?
After the shooting took
No,
place? sir?
before the shooting took place. Did he go into the school building to pull the alarm?
Yes, sir.
Did you make him do that?
No, sir.
Did you force Andrew Golden to do anything that day?
No, sir.
Did you aim a gun at him and threaten him that if he did not shoot, you would shoot him?
Sir, I had forced him to do something after the shooting had stopped.
Okay, we'll get to that. Thank you. Before the shooting stopped, did you threaten him in any way?
Before the shooting stopped?
Yes.
No, sir, I did not. I remember, sir.
Before the shooting stopped, did you force him to engage in this shooting episode?
No, sir.
When he went into the school, did you know whether he was coming out or not, or did you just assume that he would?
He told me he'd be out, yes, sir.
Okay. And then he did come out?
Yes, sir.
Could you hear the alarm from where you were when Andrew set it off?
No, sir.
After he got back, did he pick up a rifle?
I do believe so, yes.
And then when the children and the teachers started coming out of the building, what happened?
The first shot was fired, sir.
Who fired the first shot?
It wasn't me. That's all.
Was not you?
No, sir, it wasn't.
After the first shot was fired, who fired the second shot?
I believe I did.
Then who fired?
I don't know. I don't remember after that point, sir.
Were there a lot of shots fired in rapid succession?
Objection asked and answered. The witness said he didn't know.
Go ahead. Were there a lot of shots fired very quickly?
I don't remember, sir.
Okay. After the shooting stopped, what did you and Andrew do at that point?
I was sitting there after the shooting stopped, and Andrew had got up and left, and he had come back and told me to come on. And I guess I got out of my daze, whatever you call it, sir.
You got what?
To be respectable, I guess I got out of my daze, because that's all I remember. I don't remember the first shot being fired. After the shooting had all stopped, Andrew had left, and then he had come back, and he had yelled my name, and that's when I remember again. And I looked, and I saw a man on the roof of construction, on the construction worker, on the roof, and he was pointing at me, and I guess I knew that my 30-06 was empty, so I picked up my 38 off the ground, and I had fired twice at him.
Hey, listen to that.
And after that, I picked up all my weapons, and I stuck them in all the pockets I had, and me and him took off running.
Was Andrew telling you to hurry up, come on, let's go, or anything like that?
No, sir.
He just yelled your name and came back for you after he had left?
Yes, sir.
Then you went to the van area?
No, sir, we were running, and we had got apprehended.
Okay. After you were apprehended, when did you first learn how many people were killed?
That I honestly remember, probably around 3 or 4 days afterwards, sir.
I think you indicated that at some point you may have forced Andrew to do something or threatened him in some way.
Yes, sir.
Tell me what that was.
Mr. Andrew Golden had stopped, and he said he wasn't going to run anymore. And I had told him that he had got me into this mess and he was going to get me out. And he said he couldn't run no more. And I had put a 38 to his head, and I told him he was coming with me, that he had to go because he was the one that got me into this.
Is Andrew Golden the one that got you into this?
Yes, sir.
And then when after all the shooting stopped and you were running away, you told him he was going to run with you.
Say again, sir. Say again, please.
After the shooting all stopped and you were running away and he stopped, you put a 38 to his head and told him that since you got me into this, you're going to get me out.
Yes, sir.
And shortly thereafter, you were apprehended.
Very close to that, yes, sir.
Then your plan, word got out and it got back to you before the plan was ever carried out, correct?
Correct, yes.
Were you ever informed that that plan was revealed to any school or police officials before the shooting actually took place?
Say again, please, sir.
Did you learn that Jonathan Woodard had told somebody at the school, a principal or a counselor or a teacher about your plan?
I was told that Mr. Jonathan Woodard had told a counselor, yes, sir.
And did the counselor ever approach you to say what's going on?
Not that I remember, sir.
Did anybody from the school confront you to say, what is this we're hearing about this plan that Jonathan Woodard is talking about, or anything of that effect?
No, sir, because my name wasn't mentioned in it. What happened, I had overheard him talking to somebody else about it, and I had asked the person, what you talking about? And he had said that somebody had mentioned that Jonathan Woodard had overheard Andrew saying something about shooting the school. He didn't come to me and say, hey, this is what I heard. I had asked him what he was talking about.
So you overheard him talking to someone else saying that Andrew had planned on doing a shooting at the school.
Welcome to Grand Mondial Casino, home of the Mega Money Wheel.
Mega Money Wheel is $1 million.
Someone else saying that Andrew had planned on doing a shooting at the school, and you asked him what he was talking about.
I had heard a person say that, yes, sir.
Okay. Why did you do this? Bottom line question. Why did you shoot these people?
Honestly, guys, sir, I do not know. I haven't found that answer out yet.
Why did you shoot Shannon Wright twice with a 30-06 through a scope?
Sir, like I said at the very beginning, I didn't mean to. I didn't want to shoot nobody, sir.
But when you say you don't mean to,
America has blood on his hands,
when you're
man.
looking through a telescopic sight that I think is a 7-power sight, and you've got a human being in the crosshairs, and you pull the trigger of a 30-06, you know that's going to kill him or hurt him seriously.
Yes, sir, I do. Yes, sir, I do know that.
Why'd you do it?
I don't know, sir.
Who were you angry at that would push you to this kind of conduct?
There wasn't necessarily nobody I was angry at, sir.
Were you just angry at the world in general?
In a sense, probably more angry at myself.
Had Miss Wright done anything to you that you felt that she deserved to die?
No, sir. Miss Wright was a very good woman.
Had any of these children who were shot, even the ones that were wounded, but especially the ones who were killed, to your knowledge, had any of those children done anything to you or Andrew Golden that you felt, or he felt, or he told you that he felt justified in killing them?
No, sir. Never.
Were the kids good kids?
Yes, sir, they were.
Has Andrew Golden ever told you after the fact why he did what he did?
No, sir.
Have you had a chance to talk to him after you were apprehended until today about what happened, why you did it, and what you're going to do about it?
Me and him don't talk about that, sir.
Do you and he see each other at the Alexander unit?
Yes, sir, we do.
Do you get a chance to talk privately, one to the other?
Not necessarily, sir.
You get to spend time together?
Every now and then.
When you were housed at the Craighead County Jail, did you have a chance to talk to him?
No, sir.
Do you agree that you should not sell or attempt to sell any story, movie rights, book rights, or profit from this tragedy in any way. Do you agree with that?
Sir, the only way that I wouldn't agree with it if I give it to Mr. Wright over there and the rest of the victims that I hurt, give the money that if I were to profit to them.
Okay. When Andrew Golden discussed this plan of shooting people at the school, what went through your mind as to how can you be saying something like that?
Honestly, I thought he was crazy at first, but then, like when I was telling the story of how it happened, like I said, I had struggled with myself to say yes or no, whatever way, because when I first heard about it, I really thought that he was crazy. Not necessarily him, but the idea of it.
You thought the idea was crazy?
Yes, sir, I did.
And because you knew what death was at that point.
Yes, sir.
It's not one of those incidents where you didn't have an appreciation of what somebody being dead was, because you knew what being dead was, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you knew that if you shot an animal with a rifle, it was dead.
Yes, sir.
If you shot a person with a rifle, they might be dead.
Yes, sir.
And that would inflict serious pain, not just on the person shot, but their loved ones.
Very much so, yes, sir.
Did you say on the school bus, I've got a lot of killing to do before this thing happened?
No, sir, I did not.
Sure?
I'm positive.
All right, I'm going to have to ask you some questions now, and I don't mean to embarrass you, but we have to ask some difficult questions.
Go ahead, sir.
You grew up in a home where your mother and your father were divorced, is that correct?
Correct, sir, yes.
How old were you when they divorced?
I'd say I was around 8 when they...
And where were you living? What state were you living in at the time?
When the divorce occurred?
Yes.
In Minnesota, sir.
Did your father or your mother ever use any physical violence towards you?
No, sir.
Tell me the disciplinary problems you had that you remember throughout your lifetime in school. From grade school, from kindergarten on?
I didn't have any problems going through fourth, sir. I was a good kid. I made almost straight A's. Then my parents got divorced and I had moved to Kentucky. And that was a rough transition for me. Because it was the middle of the school year, it was Christmas break, sir. And I had started going to a new school. I had adjusted well.
Then you came to Arkansas where your stepmother had married your stepdad, or your mother had married your stepdad.
Correct.
Were you ever the subject of an investigation
Minnesota's wild, bro.
Abuse in Minnesota?
I didn't even know this was so bad back then, too.
Or potentially accused, or an accusation was made that you may have sexually abused someone else?
Yes, sir, I was.
When was that?
I do believe in 97, sir.
Okay. And did police or social workers come to talk to you or your parents about that?
No, sir. I was brought to them by my father.
Okay. And so then your father knew that you had perhaps done so or accused of doing some abuse on another person. Is that correct?
After a report was filed, they had contacted my father and told him that they'd like to speak with me in Austin, Minnesota. And that's why I had to go up to Austin to make a report, sir.
Okay. So some authorities contacted your father.
Yes, sir.
And notified him that a complaint had been lodged against you for committing some sort of sexual abuse act on another person. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So then in response to the request of the authorities, your dad took you to Austin, Minnesota for questioning?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you ever charged with that event?
Sir, my understanding, the charges have been dropped.
Okay. Were they dropped because you didn't do it, or were they dropped because the family of the victim did not want to pursue it?
I'm not for sure.
Okay. You don't know why they were dropped?
Right, correct. I don't know why they were dropped.
But your dad knew that you had sexually abused someone in Minnesota, correct?
It's so-called.
Allegedly.
Yes.
I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Did you have sexual contact with another person in Minnesota that brought about an investigation by the authorities in Austin, Minnesota? I'm not going to ask the specifics of who did what.
I'm going to object to that question and instruct the witness not to answer based on his Fifth Amendment privilege.
But at any rate, to your knowledge, did your mother ever learn of that incident?
Yes, sir, she did.
Did you acknowledge to either your mother or your father that you had done something wrong?
I didn't talk about it, sir, no.
Did they press you to get you to explain to them the details of what had happened so they could decide whether you had done something wrong or not?
My dad had told me he knew me. He knew that I'd done it.
Your dad told you he knew that you had done it?
And I told him he was lying.
Okay. Was that the end of it?
No, sir.
What happened next?
That's when I was brought before the court in Austin, sir.
Was it suggested that you get any psychological counseling or treatment following that event?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who told you to get psychological treatment or counseling?
The court had ordered that I be evaluated.
And was that what court?
Minnesota, sir. They had transferred the evaluation down to Arkansas since I was residing in Arkansas at the time.
Okay. And so were you psychologically evaluated by someone in Minnesota?
I don't remember, sir.
Were you tested? Did you take some psychological tests?
I'm saying I don't remember if it was in Minnesota, sir.
Oh, Minnesota or Arkansas?
In Arkansas, yes, sir, I was.
All right. Have you ever been the victim of sexual abuse?
Yes, sir, I have.
Was that sexual abuse made known to your parents?
After the shooting incident, yes, it was.
How old were you when you were the victim of sexual abuse?
I was around 8 or 9, sir. 7 or 8 or 9, one of those 3 years.
Was the person who perpetrated the sexual abuse a family member?
No, sir, it was not.
Did you obtain any help or counseling for that?
No, sir. I didn't tell nobody until after the shooting incident, sir.
And Mitchell, are you sorry that this occurred?
Very much so. I regret it every day of my life. I pray every day for the victims. I hope and I pray that God bless them to help heal. Because I've lost, but not by no means, not by what they lost by. And I am sorry. By the bottom of my heart, I'm sorry.
And of course, you've also hurt your family.
Yes, sir. Not as much I hurt the victims, though.
No other question.
Like I said before, I pray for y'all every day. I truly am sorry for what I've done. And if I ever do find out why, I will let y'all know. However, that I am sorry. And I know I can't ever take it back. And a life is the most precious thing you can have. And I am sorry.
Your mother and your dad knew that you had problems in your childhood.
Yes, sir, they knew. And they had told me that I needed help. I just refused it, sir.
Your parents had told you several times you needed to get help, didn't they?
They had offered it to me, and I just wouldn't take it, sir.
What type of help did they offer you?
They had tried to sit down and talk with me, and I wouldn't talk with them. They offered on doctors, and I'd cuss them out and walk out the office on them. Stuff like that, sir.
And would you cuss out your parents, too?
Not very often, no, sir.
But you did some?
Once in a blue moon.
Okay. So your parents...
Mr. McDaniel, can we clarify that answer? He said you'd cuss out and walk out of the office. Were you
I was
referring
to the doctor, sir.
So your parents encouraged you to go to a doctor to get some help for your problems, and that'd be psychological or adjustment problems, correct?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then when they would take you to a doctor, you'd cuss the doctor out and leave without getting any help, right?
Most of the time, yes, sir.
And then they would ask you to get help again, and sometimes you'd cuss your parents out.
Sometimes, yes, sir.
And the bottom line was, even though they kept telling you you needed to get help, they never actually got you the help, and you didn't get the help, correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
So they had offered to help, I just didn't receive it.
And they didn't force you to get it, did they?
At one time, my mom had told me, she said, Mitchell, I know you need help. And I told her I didn't want it. I refused to cooperate with it.
What'd she do when you refused? Drop it?
No, she'd ground me.
She didn't get you the psychological help that she knew you needed, right?
She tried, sir. I wouldn't accept it.
The charges brought against Mitchell regarding the alleged essay were dropped. He has always maintained his innocence regarding the matter, and to my knowledge, there are no further allegations of that nature against him. As far as my opinion, there's just too little information to go on regarding this topic for me to make a conclusive observation in regards to its legitimacy. But I will say this, the fact that his father is the one that turned him in does register as a bit of a red flag for reasons you'll find out later. Also, during Mitchell Johnson's first deposition, he went on to claim that he made A's and B's his 7th grade year. He was also in choir and played football as well as basketball at school. Further sources claim he was active in church. He also had no internet access at home, where he and his family shared just one TV in the living room. Furthermore, while he listened to rap music and played fighting games occasionally, there was nothing insanely outside the norm of boys his age that one could attribute to the shooting. The answers the public wanted the most were few and far between. A 23-year-old, very arrogant Mitchell Johnson also came in for another recorded deposition in 2007. During his interview, he shed light on a few more things, namely his gang affiliation, relationship with his father, and how he knew the victims. He also spent a brave portion of the interview, largely laying the blame on Andrew Golden for initiating the whole event. I've significantly cut this down for time.
You had trouble with school in terms of cussing on the bus, cussing teachers, and fighting throughout your time at Westside, had you not?
Yes, sir.
What brought about that kind of behavior?
Initially, how I seen my dad treat me, how I seen Scott treat me, how I seen Scott live.
Tell me what you mean by that.
He cussed me all the time. He used to hit me, fight with me.
Was he physically abusive to you?
Yes, sir, he was.
What would he do physically abusively?
Punch me in the face, slap me around, throw me against walls.
Was he an alcoholic?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
Just use drugs?
Probably, yeah.
What about abuse of animals? Did you ever abuse animals?
No.
Did he?
Scott? I don't know.
You know if Andrew did?
No, sir.
By abuse of animals, like taking a ball bat and hitting a cat just to see what would happen to it, something like that.
No, sir. I have pets. Or I had pets then.
You had been the victim of sexual abuse yourself at that time, had you not?
True.
And that was by a male?
Yes, sir.
Was that a family member?
No, sir.
Was that person ever arrested?
No, sir.
Did you turn them into the police?
After the shooting.
Was anything ever done to them?
No, sir.
You told me when this shooting happened that you were going through a lot of hard times and frankly didn't like yourself and didn't see life really worth living, right?
Pretty much.
What all were the things going on with you then that made life such a desolate scenario?
After I hit puberty, I recalled being molested. That had a lot to do with my anger. It had a lot to do with why I was so mad all the time. My gang life, I got tired of it.
Helps optimize your checkout flow so you can grow your revenue. And your team can focus on other things, like your customers. Businesses using Stripe's optimized checkout suite saw 11.9% more revenue on average. Stripe, make progress.
My gang life, I got tired of it. And there's pretty much, I just got tired of the gang life. I got tired of having to watch my back. I got tired of getting jumped on. I got tired of having to jump people. I got tired of all that. And I knew the only way to get away from that was to leave. I got, my parents were divorced. Me and my dad never got along. My real dad, Scott. I'd go up there and I hated it. I wanted to stay home with my mom. It was a lot of stuff.
What else was going on negative for you?
I did well in school grade-wise, just my behavior. I had to fight a lot in school, you know. Had a lot of people didn't like me. They wanted to be gang members themselves and all this stuff. And, just there's a lot of drama at school.
Were you a gang member?
Yes, I was.
How did you get initiated?
I got jumped in.
And by getting jumped in, what happened?
I had to fight for 3 minutes and 11 seconds with 5 other people.
Why 3 minutes and 11 seconds?
It's just how long it was.
Okay. And when did that happen and where?
Minnesota.
How old were you?
9.
What gang?
Blood. Treetop.
What?
Treetop Pyru.
I can't hear you.
Treetop Pyru. Is a part of the Bloods.
Treetop, and what's the last name?
Pyru.
Spell that.
Piru.
And where is that gang located?
Worldwide.
Was it located in Jonesboro?
No.
And where was it located? Minnesota?
Yeah. Little Rock. They have a branch in Little Rock. They have a branch in a lot of places.
Okay. When's the last contact before the shooting you had physically being present with some gang members?
A day before that.
Where?
In Jonesboro.
Did the gang have a club in Jonesboro or a group in Jonesboro?
Yes, sir.
And
it's a different part. It's not what I was in. It's a different part, but it's the same. It's the same people, just a different part of the people.
Well, you had bragged to a lot of people that you were a gang member, had you not?
People knew that I was involved. It's not really hard to tell, Well,
you bragged that you were, didn't you?
I sported my colors.
And what were your colors?
Red and green, black.
And did you try to flash gang signs?
I have in the past, yes.
Show me some of the gang signs you flashed and what they mean.
I don't participate in that anymore.
I understand, but show me what you did. I'm trying to find out what you did back then. What the gang signs you flashed and what they meant.
I'm not going to do that. I said I don't participate in that anymore, and that's not something I do.
So you don't have a right to refuse to ask reasonable questions, and that's a reasonable question, and that's something we might have to let the judge take up. And I don't think you want to incur the wrath of the judge, but if you do, that's your choice. That's your choice.
There's one symbol that, symbol that everybody's seen me throw up, which is universal, and that's the sign of a B.
That's what?
That's the sign of a B.
A sign of a beat?
Of a B. The letter B.
Oh, the letter B. And what does that mean?
Blood.
Okay. Had you been rejected by any girls that you had approached at Westside?
Several times, probably.
Did that make you angry, too?
It make me angry? I thought they were stuck up, Made me angry. I'd laugh, I'd laugh at them. I didn't really care, They didn't want to talk to me. That's their loss, not mine, really. That's how I looked at it then.
How do you look at it now?
I have a fiance.
Well, I'm talking about looking back on the situation at Westside is what I'm asking about. Looking back now, how do you perceive it?
Oh, well, they rejected me. I've got my fiance now. I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it wasn't nothing serious because I wouldn't have her now.
Did you know Paige Herring, who was killed? Did you know her?
I know of her. I don't know her personally. I didn't know her personally.
You did not know her personally?
I don't believe so.
Did you know Stephanie Johnson?
We all went to school together. I never hung out with any of them besides Natalie.
Did you ever have any social interaction with Paige Herring, Stephanie Johnson, or Brittany Varner?
In passing.
Okay. Had you ever asked any of them to go out on a date?
No, sir.
Had you ever said something to them and they were rude to you or dismissed you or rejected you in any way?
No, sir.
Did you have any animosity toward any one of them?
No, sir, I didn't.
All right, let's talk about Natalie Brooks.
Okay.
What, if any, was your contact with Natalie Brooks?
Me and Natalie were friends.
You and Natalie were friends. What was the nature of that friendship?
We hung out at school. I've been to a couple basketball games she was at. We hung out up there.
Kind of sat together, that sort of thing?
Yeah, talked.
Okay. Were you in the same classrooms?
No, sir. She's a year younger than me.
Were you in the classrooms with Paige Herring?
No, sir.
Were you ever in
I
the
don't believe
classroom with Stephanie Johnson?
We was in the same grade. I don't know if we had class together or not. But we was in the same grade, I think.
What about Brittany Varner?
I believe she is a year younger than me too.
And Shannon Wright's son, young boy,
yes, sir,
has grown up without his mama.
Unfortunately.
And he wanted me to ask you a question.
Okay.
So I'm going to quote from you the child wanted me to ask you. Okay?
Okay.
The child wanted me to ask you, why did you shoot my mama? Answer that question for that little boy, because he's going to listen to this answer and live with it. Tell him why you shot his mama.
It wasn't intentional. I didn't intend to harm anybody that day.
With a 30-06 and a telescopic sight and your bullet striking 3 people, you didn't intend to hurt anybody.
No, sir, I didn't.
Did that telescopic sight, was it just a coincidence that it went off and hit these people?
Not necessarily. I don't remember physically looking down my scope, aiming at a certain person and pulling the trigger. I didn't have animosity towards Miss Wright. Miss Wright was always good to me. Miss Wright's a very good woman. And for the record and for her son, I would definitely apologize. I am apologizing. And I am sorry, young man, that you had to grow up without your mother. And I am sorry that you didn't get a chance to know who your mother was. And from what I knew of her, she is a very good woman. One of the best teachers I ever had. I didn't know her after that. And I'm really sorry she's gone.
Do the events of that day flash back in your mind?
A lot.
When you're flashing back in your mind and the shooting is actually taking place, what thoughts were going through your mind when the shooting was taking place?
All I remember is seeing Natalie getting hit. And that keeps replaying and keeps replaying and keeps replaying in my dreams, sometimes during the day.
One of our purposes here is to try to find out what would make 2 11 and 13-year-old kids commit mass murder. That's one of the things that the parents are very interested in, so hopefully we can have some input into trying to keep this from happening anywhere else.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree that's a good thing?
I believe that's a very good thing, yes.
Can you give us any insight that maybe we could share with other people, is to say, here's things to be on the lookout for. Here's things to be aware of. Here's things to do that might help prevent this sort of thing in the future. Can you give us any insight at all?
I mean, if a person is normally active, if a person is normally doing well in school and not having problems, and he just all of a sudden clamps up, don't want to talk, getting in trouble, obviously that's a warning sign.
Startups are hard. At Framer, we're making at least one part easy: your website. Now, VC-backed startups can build, launch, and scale their sites for $0 with Framer. So you can go from coming soon to building the next big thing all on one platform with the site builder trusted by companies like these. Apply now and keep building. We've got you covered.
Andrew Golden was also interviewed in the same manner in 2000, but pretty much refused to answer any significant question regarding Westside Middle School. But that would all change 8 years later when he was brought in for another deposition in 2008.
State your name for the record, please.
Drew Douglas Grant.
At the time, he'd been living in Missouri, where his name had been changed to Drew Grant.
How did you select your targets?
I didn't.
You didn't select them? They just fell down, you shot up in the air, the bullets flew out of the sky and landed on them, is that it?
No, sir, I never shot at anybody.
You never shot at anybody.
Not directly trying to pick someone out of the crowd or anything.
Mm-hmm. Did you read Mitchell Johnson's deposition about how him seeing a child's head get shot?
Yes, sir.
Who do you say he saw get shot in the head?
Natalie Brooks.
And you shot Natalie Brooks in the head, didn't you?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't remember it.
You don't remember shooting somebody in the head? Is that what you're telling us under your oath?
Yes, sir.
And you're willing to let a jury decide if that's true or not under penalty of perjury?
I don't remember it.
Well, have you had any hit trauma to your head since the time of the shooting?
Yes, sir. I was in a motorcycle wreck.
Uh-huh. And what kind of trauma did you have?
I landed on my head and I broke my collarbone.
Uh-huh. Let me just bounce around a little bit and ask you some questions. Do you know the names of the children who were killed at the West Side shooting?
Yes, sir.
Who are they?
Paige Herring.
All right.
Brittany Varner.
All right.
Stephanie Johnson.
You're letting your voice drop. You got to speak up. Stephanie Johnson. Who else?
And Natalie Brooks.
Was the teacher killed?
Yes, sir.
Who?
Shannon Wright.
And did you know any of those 5 people before they were killed?
Yes, sir.
Which one of them did you know?
Paige Herring. Natalie Brooks. Brittany Varner.
How did you know them?
I had classes with them.
Had Paige Herring ever been rude or mean to you?
No, sir.
Had Brittany Varner ever been rude or mean to you?
No, sir.
Natalie Brooks ever been rude or mean to you?
No, sir.
How about Stephanie Johnson?
I didn't know her.
And what about Shannon Wright? Had she ever been mean or rude to you?
No, sir.
Has Shannon Wright ever been involved in a decision to place any disciplinary actions against you?
Not that I can remember.
And you had some disciplinary actions against you in 6th grade, did you not?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever go to in-school suspension?
No, sir.
Did you ever get in any trouble while you were in school in the 6th grade?
Not that I remember.
You remember your mom talking about guns at school?
Yes, sir.
You remember that incident?
I don't remember the incident personally, no.
Okay. When the shooting incident took place, you were involved in the shooting, were you not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you've sat here and heard your mother tell the story that you gave her about how you got involved in that shooting, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And that's what you had told her?
Yes, sir.
You've read Mitchell Johnson's deposition, have you not?
Yes, sir.
One of you two are lying through your teeth, if not both of you, right?
Yes, sir.
About how many times have you been back to Jonesboro?
Maybe 10 times.
Did you ever go by the West Side School and look at where this carnage took place?
No, sir.
Did you ever make any effort to contact any of the families and express your sorrow to them?
No, sir. I was told not to.
By whom?
By my lawyers.
Once you got out of federal custody, there was nobody telling you not to contact them, were there?
No, sir.
Tell me why you didn't contact anybody to tell them you're sorry about what happened. Let me tell you the truth about what happened.
I didn't want to stir anything else up.
You think they didn't want to know what happened to their daughters and their wife?
Yes, sir.
You think they didn't want to know?
No, I think they wanted to know.
Well, why didn't you have enough human compassion just to call them and tell them, let me tell you what happened and why? If you're interested in knowing, if you don't want to talk to me, fine. Why didn't you at least make an effort?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you claim that you suffer from remorse as a result of this?
Thank you,
Yes,
Real.
Remorse and grief?
Yes, sir.
Guilt?
Yes, sir.
Guilt, but not to the point to try to relieve the pain of those who were your victims?
You live across oceans, across borders, across time zones, and even from worlds apart, you stay a part of their.
I would have liked to contact
Who
him.
kept you from it?
I didn't want to stir anything else up.
Didn't want to stir anything up. In other words, you didn't want to give them any peace of mind by giving them information that would help them understand what happened to their loved ones? Is that it?
No, sir.
You were more concerned with your privacy and going on with your life than theirs, weren't you?
No, sir.
Then why did you call?
Thanks for coming, Tony.
Why didn't you write them?
I don't know.
Spend any time with Mitchell Johnson at school, on the playground, or during breaks from classes in 6th grade?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir, not that I remember.
And when you rode on the bus, did you and he ride side by side on the bus?
Yes, sir.
Were there normally 2 people for each side of the bus?
Yes, sir.
And were you assigned the seating next to Mitchell Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask to have your seating assignment changed?
Not that I remember.
Who was your 6th grade teacher?
Miss Wright. Miss Thedford.
Your grandfather did consider you an excellent shot, did he not?
Yes, sir.
And you were an excellent shot, weren't you?
I don't know.
Well, you knew you were able to hit the target you aimed at, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you were good at it, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you were good at it with both pistols and long guns, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
You were good at it with both open sights and telescopic sights, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you could hit 10 cans from a considerable distance with your telescopic sight, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you could hit 10 cans from a considerable distance with an open sight rifle, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 13, your mother's deposition, do you recognize those pictures?
Yes, sir.
Who you giving the finger to there?
My sister.
Why?
She had said something, and...
And you're going to tell us that's not your beer there in the picture?
Yes, sir, that's not my beer.
Where was your beer?
I didn't have one that night. I was the designated driver.
Okay, you do drink though, don't you?
I have, yes.
And you still drink, don't you?
No, sir.
When'd you quit? Last week?
No, sir.
When'd you quit?
I don't know. It's been a while.
When's the last time you had any alcohol to drink?
It's been months.
Okay. And what bar is this and where is it?
That's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Where?
In Cape Girardeau.
What other bars have you hung out in Arkansas?
I've been to the Moose at Batesville.
You remember there?
No, sir.
Did you have to sign in?
Yes, sir.
As a guest?
Yes, sir.
Who'd you go as a guest of?
You just signed your name under the guest thing.
They just let you in? Whose dog was that in Exhibit 13?
My sister's.
What kind of dog is it?
It's a mix of some sort.
Okay.
An interesting moment occurs in Andrew's deposition where he's questioned about the fact that he lied on a gun application form after being released from custody. He purposely left out information that would likely taint his background check. Specifically, he refused to list prior addresses that would reveal his original name because he thought it might affect his chance of obtaining a firearm. Luckily, his application was refused. But he did in fact use a firearm around that time, and who he obtained it from is truly shocking.
And you knew this application was seeking complete information, didn't you? Because they were going to do background checks, right?
Yes, sir.
And to do a background check, you know they got to have complete information, right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't want them to know about you being up in Missouri and changing your name from Golden to Grant, did you?
That wasn't my intention.
You didn't want them to know your name had been Golden, did you?
Had no intention of defrauding that.
Well, we'll let somebody else decide that. You did not give this state police any information that your name had been Andrew Golden, one of the West Side murderers, and you didn't give them any information that might help them find that out, did you?
No, sir.
And because if you'd given them the Cape Girardeau name and they'd have done a name check for Cape Girardeau, they could have probably found out that you changed your name from Andrew Golden to Drew Grant. They could have found that out pretty easy, couldn't they?
They might have been able to, yes.
It's in the court records up there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Filed in records.
Yes, sir.
So you just left that out, so they couldn't find that out, didn't you? That's true, isn't it? Remember now, you're under oath.
Yes, sir.
That's true, isn't it? You didn't want them to find it out, did you?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your status as a juvenile offender under federal law, had you been told anything about any restrictions on your ability to have, possess, or use a firearm?
No, sir.
When you were released from federal custody, did anybody mention to you about firearms?
No, sir.
And same thing with state custody?
No, sir.
Okay, for you to apply for the firearms, you had to certify that you'd gone through a course, hadn't you?
Yes, sir.
And in the course, you had to demonstrate proficiency with a firearm, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
You had to go to a range and shoot.
Yes, sir.
So you had a gun in your possession, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And were shooting.
Yes, sir.
Whose gun was it?
It was my father's.
Where'd you get it?
From him.
When?
For that class.
And how long had you had the gun to work on this class?
Just for the day.
One day. Would you go, tell me when and where you went to get the gun?
I went to his house.
Same day of the test?
Earlier that morning, probably. I don't really remember.
And did you go up and shoot that day and then take it back to him that night?
I may have, yes, sir.
No, I'm not asking what you may have done. I asked what you did do.
I don't remember.
Had you shot a gun at any other time from the time you were released until the time you applied for the permit?
Yes, sir.
Where else had you shot guns?
We had squirrel hunted some. And,
we being who?
Me and my father.
And how many times did you go on squirrel hunting?
I don't remember, a few times. Once, for sure.
Where'd you go squirrel hunting?
At Hardy, at a place up there.
One day or 2 or 3 days?
Just once. One day.
Did you do any target practice before you went hunting?
Yes, sir, in the backyard.
Yeah, because you hadn't shot a gun in a while. You needed to come make sure you were back polished up?
Yes, sir.
Tell me again why you needed a handgun permit.
I was concerned about those threats, and I was by myself quite a bit.
Those threats of 10 years ago?
Yes, sir.
That hadn't been renewed by anybody?
Yes, sir.
Do you own a gun now?
I purchased one firearm from my father. It was a gift.
What gun is it?
It was a small caliber single shot rifle.
Was it a gift or did you purchase it?
I purchased it for him as a gift.
Where'd you go buy it?
At the pawn shop on G Street.
Pawn shop on G Street?
Yes, sir.
Did your lawyers ever tell you that committing a crime under duress is a defense?
No, sir.
That, you can say, I did not voluntarily commit that crime, I was forced to do it, and that's a defense to a criminal case? Did anybody ever tell you that?
No, sir.
First of all, when you were in Craighead County, you never told your parents or anybody else that you were forced into this criminal action. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Not that I remember.
And were you and Mitchell Johnson in the same cell pod?
Yes, sir.
Was Mitchell Johnson, when you were transferred to Alexander, was Mitchell Johnson also transferred to Alexander?
Yes, sir.
Were you in the same pod or unit there?
Yes, sir.
Were you eventually separated?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I'm not sure. I think he'd gotten in trouble.
Put in a different unit?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notify the officials at Alexander that you were afraid of Mitchell Johnson and wanted to be segregated from him?
No, sir.
You were aware that segregation was available if there was a legitimate fear or threat, weren't you?
Yes, sir. They did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, they did have that option.
Okay, and you never asked for that, did you?
No, sir.
And when Mitchell Johnson was segregated from you at that time, he certainly could pose no threat to you because he could not have any access to you, could he?
Yes, sir. There was still school. And while I was there, 2 kids killed themselves, and it was over 8 hours before they were found. It was possible.
Uh-huh. You did tell your mom and dad or some other people about Mitchell Johnson forcing you into this while you were at Alexander?
Just my parents.
If you could tell your parents, there's no reason you couldn't tell the authorities, was there?
No, sir.
Okay. When you went to North Dakota or South Dakota, Mitchell Johnson wasn't even at that facility, was he?
No, sir, he wasn't.
no reason you couldn't tell authorities about this claim that you were forced into this, was there?
Other than the appeals, no, sir.
Have you talked to Mitchell Johnson in any way, corresponded with him, communicated with him in any way from the time you were in South Dakota until today?
No, sir.
You've read his deposition, or did you see the videotape as well?
No, sir.
You just read it
just
online?
read it. Yes, just read it.
You saw in his deposition where Mitchell Johnson said you were the ringleader and blaming you for this shooting incident?
Yes, sir.
Is that true or not true?
It's not true.
Okay. Well, when did the conversation about doing something first begin about the West Side shooting?
I don't remember.
Was it 2 days before? Or the Monday before?
It was longer than that.
Huh?
It was longer than that.
Longer than that. How much longer? 2 weeks?
A couple weeks.
Tell me how it first came up.
Mitchell said that he was angry at some people and related to the gang stuff. Him and somebody else had been into it, and he said he was going to get some people back over the gang stuff.
And where did you come into play in that?
I think he knew that I had the guns, and that was...
Tell me about the conversation. Tell me who said what to who.
I can't really remember. It's been so long ago.
Tell me the general nature of it. How do you know you had guns?
It was known that I hunted and fished and stuff like that.
It's common knowledge that you were a good shooter and had guns?
Yes, sir, and I hunted, yes.
In fact, you had your own gun, didn't you, when you were that age for hunting?
Yes, sir, a 22.
You had a 22, that was your own, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Did you also have a pistol?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Now, when Mitchell Johnson told you that something was going to happen, that he was angry with some people, what did he say was going to happen?
He never did say. Not in the beginning, anyway. He just...
What?
Well, he really never said. He just said that he was going to get some people back. He said he was angry about the gang stuff and that they were testing him. And
all right. What did you say to him?
I just kind of blew him off. He was always talking about gang stuff and this and that, and I never really paid much attention to it.
Did you ever see any evidence of any gang activity at West Side School?
Other than him, no.
And did you ever see any indication from him that he engaged in any gang activity?
He would flash gang signs and wear colors and just different stuff like that.
A couple of weeks before, Mitchell said he was going to get even with some people. Did you report that to anybody at school?
No, sir.
Why not?
I didn't believe him. He's not... It just didn't take him serious.
All right. When was the next conversation about doing something come up?
There was a couple in between there.
Where did these conversations take place?
On the bus.
On the way to school or on the way back from school?
Both.
And so after he said it more than once and you persisted, did it start to dawn on you he may be serious about this?
No, sir. Like I said, I didn't pay attention to him. I didn't...
The day before the shooting, do you remember what day of the week the shooting was on?
Yes, sir. It was on a Tuesday.
And on Monday, there were some people warned not to go to school, weren't there?
I think reading his deposition, I seen where he said that he did.
Did you warn anybody not to go to school?
No, sir. I didn't.
Did you know he had warned anybody not to go to school?
No, sir. At the time, I didn't.
Okay. When is the first time that you knew something was actually going to be done about the West Side shooting or any retaliatory action against anybody?
when he showed up at my house.
All right, tell me about that. When did he show up at your house that Tuesday morning?
While I was waiting on the school bus.
You waiting inside or outside?
I was outside. I was waiting on the curb.
Huh?
I was waiting on the curb.
Yeah. What did Johnson do?
He approached me with a knife.
Well, did he come walking up or did he drive up?
He walked up.
He walked up. Where was his vehicle?
He had it down at the church. He had parked it at the church.
How far was the church from your house?
I'm not sure. It was
block, 2 blocks, mile?
A couple houses down. It wasn't.
Okay. And so when he came walking up to you, show me how he was holding the knife when he came walking up to you.
At first, I didn't see it, and he had it down by his side.
What kind of knife was it?
It was a pocket knife.
And tell me what happened then.
He said, "You're going to help me do this, or I'm going to kill you and your family." And I said, "No."
When he said, "Help you do this," do you know what he's talking about?
No, sir.
What did he say?
I told him no. I was like,
well, when he said, "Do this," did you ask him, "What is this?"
No, sir.
Or did you already know what this was?
I didn't know. I just said, "No, I'm not."
So what happened then?
He said, "You're going to let me in your house."
I want you to speak up where I can hear you. I'm having trouble hearing you.
He said, "You're going to let me in your house." And I said, "No." And he said, "Yeah, you're going to, or I'm going to kill you and your family."
With a pocket knife?
Yes, sir.
And you believed him?
Yes, sir.
You believed he could kill you and then kill your dad with a pocket knife?
Yes, sir.
And your dad was how big?
Mitchell Johnson.
He's, I don't know.
And Mitchell Johnson was 13 years old at the time?
Yes, sir.
And he had a little pocket knife?
Yes, sir.
And your dad was, what, 6 feet tall?
I think so.
Weighed 180, 200 pounds? Strong guy, wasn't he? Good shape?
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh. And you're going to tell us you really believed Mitchell Johnson, 13-year-old kid, was going to kill your daddy with a little pocket knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so when he told you he was going to kill your family with a pocket knife, what'd you do then?
I let him in the house. I knew my mom had that gun sitting on the counter, and I thought that I could get to it and maybe stop him. But when I opened the door up, he pushed me, and I hit the dining room table there and fell. And he came in, and he looked around, and he seen that gun there. And I started for it, and he pushed me down. And he grabbed the gun.
You said you saw it on the counter, or you knew it had been there on the counter?
Yes, sir. It was there on the bureau or the counter there.
I couldn't hear you. It's on the counter?
Yes, sir.
And so you'd seen the gun on the counter before you left school?
Yes, sir.
And so then when he pushed you down, was that at the garage door?
Yes, sir. It was at the carport
door. So you
door.
went from the outside to the inside with him shoving you inside, is that right?
Yes, sir.
When he shoved you, did he shove you down?
Yes, sir. When I hit the table, I fell.
Okay. What part of your body hit the table?
My chest.
Okay. Did he hit you in the back?
Yes, sir. He pushed me.
Okay. And then when you fell down and you got up, who did what?
I tried to run for that, and he pushed me down again.
And what happened then?
He grabbed the gun.
Okay. Did he hit you in the back with anything?
Not at that time, no.
Did he ever hit you in the back with something?
Yes, sir.
When did he hit you in the back?
When I tried to get into my dad's nightstand drawer.
And what did he hit you in the back with?
It was either his hand or the butt of the pistol.
Okay. Hard?
Yes, sir.
I hit
the ground. Yes, sir.
Hard enough to knock you down?
Yes, sir.
Where in the back did he hit you?
On the top of the shoulder.
Which side? Left, right, middle?
On the right.
Okay. So. All right. Once he got the gun in his hand, what did he say to you, or what did you say to him?
He pointed it at me. He said, "You're going to do exactly what I tell you to do."
And what did he tell you to do?
He told me that I was going to help him get guns.
Told him he was going to help you what?
Get guns.
From where?
From my family's house.
And tell me what happened from there.
From there, he walked me outside. We walked down to his van. And he made me get into the van. And then we drove back to my house, and we parked it there beside the house, and got out. And he,
when you're walking down the street and he's got this gun, is he holding it out? What's he doing with the gun?
It's in his pocket, in his jacket.
You didn't take off running?
No, sir.
So you got in the van. What happened when you got in the van?
And we drove back, or he drove back to...
Was this a stick shift or an automatic?
It was an automatic.
Okay. So then you drove back to the house. Then what happened?
From then, he had a settling torch, and...
Well, no, wait, did he pull in the garage?
No, sir, he pulled next to the garage there, on the side of the house.
Did he back in or pull straight in?
He pulled straight in.
Okay, and he had a settling torch in the back?
Yes, sir.
Who's carrying the torch, you or him?
He is.
And when he's carrying the torch, where are you, in front of him or behind him?
In front of him.
Okay, then what happens?
He's trying to get into the gun safe. He lights it, and he sees that it's not going to cut it, and he gets mad.
So he's trying to get into the gun safe with the torch?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a crowbar or a hammer or anything, or just trying to burn through the weld, or what?
Just trying to burn through it with that.
Okay.
And then he hit the combination lock with a hammer, and it came off.
He did?
Yes, sir.
Where did you get the hammer?
It was laying there in the house. It was on the desk that my dad had.
Did you go into the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I tried to go to the bathroom. I said, I need to go to the bathroom. And I walked into the bedroom, and I walked into their bathroom, and he wouldn't leave, so he stood there. And when I was coming back out, I tried to reach into the drawer and pull it out.
So you knew where another gun was?
Yes, sir.
That was loaded?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was, of course, it didn't have a trigger lock on it?
No, sir.
It was just accessible to you, and you knew right where it was?
Yes, sir.
And is it a revolver?
Yes, sir.
Or a Derringer?
There was a revolver and a Derringer in there, both.
Oh, both a revolver and a Derringer in it?
Yes, sir.
Which one did you reach for?
The revolver.
Okay. And what kind of revolver was it?
It was just a medium-sized revolver.
Blue steel?
Just
stainless steel?
Silver.
Huh?
Silver.
Silver. And what happened then?
That's when he hit me in the back. And I fell, and he grabbed those two.
He grabbed both of those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What happened then?
We went back into the gun room, and he said, you're going to start loading this stuff up. So he forced me to load all that stuff up.
Load all what stuff up?
The camping gear, and there was bullets and different stuff there.
Was all this in the hunting room or the gun room?
Yes, sir.
Were there knives in there?
Yes, sir.
How many knives did you load up?
I don't remember.
Did you do all the loading?
Yes, sir.
So you're carrying armload after armload of stuff from inside the gun room out to the van, right?
Yes, sir.
What's he doing all this time?
Following me the whole way with the gun.
All right, then what happens?
Once we get all the stuff loaded, or I loaded all the stuff there, he forced me in the van.
How did he force you in the van?
He opened the door up and shoved me in.
Okay. Then what?
And he came around and got in. And he drove from there to the gas station. He tried to pump gas, and he couldn't pump gas.
So was he out of the vehicle trying to pump gas?
Yes,
Where
sir.
were you?
Sitting right there, and he was watching me. Sitting right there, and he was watching me.
Where was the gas tank on that van? Driver's side or passenger side?
I don't remember. I think it was on the passenger side.
They're on the driver's side.
Driver's side. I think so.
So if he's filling up gas, and that van had solid wall on it, didn't have glass sides, did it?
It had glass.
Oh, it did have glass?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there were people there at that gas station, weren't there?
I think so.
Well, sure.
I don't remember.
The gas station was open, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Had clerks in there?
What if you had just about any health and wellness product you need right in your pocket? With the iHerb app, you kind of do.
Sweet.
We carry over 50,000 of your favorite health and wellness products.
That's a lot.
From top quality vitamins, healthy baby products, and your pet's favorite food and supplements to that secret yet somehow still viral beauty product.
OMG, my pores rejoice.
You can find just about anything you need on the iHerb app. Products for a healthy pregnancy, baby, joints, muscles, beauty, workout. It's just one of the many ways we make wellness better. iHerb.
Did you try to jump out and go run and tell the clerks to call the cops or anything?
No, sir.
Why not?
I was scared.
All right, then what happened?
From there, he drove to the road next to my grandparents' house, and he parked in the little cul-de-sac. He forced me out of the van, and from there we walked through the woods to my grandparents' house.
How do you know how to get to your grandparents' house through the woods?
I don't know.
And how far was it? Half a mile through the woods, and he knew how to get there.
Yes, sir.
Of course, you were very familiar with that area. You've been out there a lot, weren't you?
No, sir, not all the way through there.
Okay. So he knew how to get there. You'd never seen him out in those woods near your grandparents' house before, had you?
No, sir. We didn't associate outside of the classes or school.
So how did he find his way to your grandfather's house?
I'm not sure.
Did you lead or did he lead?
I was in front of him walking.
Okay. Did he tell you where to go or did you know where to go?
He told me where to go.
He told you where to go. Okay. And so then he follows you to the grandfather's house, but you weren't leading the way. He was telling you where to go.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you get to the grandfather's house, what happens?
We came up through the back way. There's where the fence and stuff was, and there was a crowbar laying there on a workbench that my grandpa had, and he smashed the back glass out of it. Then he forced me inside. We went upstairs, and he seen the guns on the gun rack.
Now, when you go in that basement, weren't there some guns hanging over the wall, over the door, leading from the basement going upstairs?
I don't remember if there were or not.
How do you know about the gun rack upstairs?
I'm not sure. When we came in, we went upstairs. And
I thought you came in the basement area.
That's what I'm talking about. Yes, sir.
You came into the basement area.
Yes.
How did Mitchell Johnson know that there was a big gun rack in the kitchen area of that house?
I'm not sure if he did or he didn't. We went up the stairs.
All right. And who was going up the stairs first?
Me.
And I guess he told you to do that too?
Yes, sir.
Sure he did. And then what happened then?
He seen the gun rack and the guns there, and they were locked. And there's a key on the side of the gun rack, and he seen that and unlocked it.
I couldn't hear you.
He seen that and unlocked it.
He unlocked it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I wasn't tall enough to reach the...
I'm sorry?
I wasn't tall enough to reach that. That's...
So how many guns did you get out of the gun rack?
There was the 3 there on the gun rack.
Okay. And what happened then?
He told me to get bullets for him.
And you know where the bullets were?
Yes, sir.
Where were they?
They were above the refrigerator.
Above the refrigerator. So you've got a whole rack of guns there and the ammunition on the refrigerator in the same room.
Yes, sir.
And the key to the lock was in the same, was right next to the lock, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's not much of a deterrent, was it?
No, sir, not.
Okay.
When we got to the school, he made me set everything down. And then he told me, he said, go inside and pull the fire alarm and then come back out. He said, if you don't, I'm going to come in there and find you and kill you. And he watched me through the scope while I walked around and walked into the building and pulled the fire alarm.
All right, you let your voice drop again. He said, go in there and pull the fire alarm and what?
And then come back out to where he is. And he said if I didn't, he'd kill me.
And, of course, that building is made out of concrete block, isn't it?
Yes, sir. He said that he would come in there and find me and kill me.
Of course, I guess if you walked in that school, he wouldn't know where to hunt for you. That's a pretty big school. You could go to the principal's office, go hide in the closet. You could yell for teachers, call the police. You could do a lot of things, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do any of those, did you?
No, sir.
And you knew he couldn't see you inside the building through his scope, because that scope wasn't an X-ray scope, was it?
No, sir.
So you knew once you got inside the building, he couldn't see you. You knew that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
So instead of going to the teacher for help or going to the principal's office or anything, you went ahead and pulled the fire alarm and went back out to the ambush site, right?
Yes, sir.
Totally innocent and totally forced to do it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, then what happened? Did you go pull the fire alarm?
Yes, sir.
Then what'd you do?
I ran back out to where he was.
And did you get out before the Anybody started coming to the fire alarm, responding to the fire alarm?
I think so.
And how far from the back door was it to where you went to the ambush site?
Everybody knows what you got. Tap into slots with over 1,000 games and new ones added daily. Tap into slots. Tap into Botano. Botano. The game starts now.
So
25 yards?
Yes, sir. I think so.
You've seen guns sighted in at 25 yards, hadn't you?
Yes, sir.
Was it about 25 yards?
I think so.
Okay. And when the kids came out of the school, the teachers came out of the school, your vantage point was where you had a clear view, did you not?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Mitchell Johnson right together when you did the shooting?
No, sir.
Where were you?
I was in front of him and to the right.
In front of him and to the right?
Yes, sir.
How many feet apart were you all?
I don't know, 10 feet maybe. Maybe not even that.
And what did he tell you to do?
He said, kneel down and pick up a gun. And he said, if you don't start shooting after I shoot, then I'll shoot you.
Start shooting at who? Did he tell you who to shoot at?
No, sir.
What did he tell you to shoot? What did he tell you to do?
He just said start shooting after.
Start shooting at what? Did he tell you to shoot at people?
No, sir.
And did you understand you were to shoot at people?
No, sir.
Did you think you were supposed to shoot up in the air? Did you think you were supposed to shoot squirrels?
No, sir. I shot at the gym wall in the dirt and in the air.
You shot at the gym wall, dirt, and air?
Yes, sir.
How in the world is it then that you shot Natalie's in the head?
I didn't know that I did.
You didn't know you did?
No, sir.
Expert marksman, and you didn't know you shot a little girl in the head?
No, sir. I didn't intentionally aim at anyone. I never...
Well, you know where you point a gun and pull the trigger. That's where the bullet's going. You know that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us it just accidentally, coincidentally hit her right in the head?
I never aimed anything.
You're telling us it's purely an accident that bullet hit her right in the head?
I never aimed anything.
Mm-hmm. What about the others that you killed? Do you know how many you killed?
No, sir.
Do you know how many people were killed altogether?
Yes, sir.
How many?
5.
Do you know how many Mitchell Johnson killed?
No, sir.
Do you know what the ballistics report shows how many were killed by the 30-06 or who was killed by the 30-06?
No, sir.
Do you know how many were killed by the carbine?
No, sir.
Do you know where the people were located that were killed?
No, sir.
They were scattered out all over that area, weren't they?
I don't know. I don't remember.
You're telling me you didn't take aim at anybody?
Yes, sir. I never took aim at anyone.
Just coincidentally managed to hit them right in the head. Not even taking aim. When you're shooting at a roof of a building and up in the air and at dirt.
I never aimed at anyone, sir.
Did you aim at the dirt?
No, sir. I didn't aim at anyone. I was shooting at the gym wall.
Did you hit the gym wall? The gym wall?
I don't know.
Well, you know, you were a good enough shot that if you aimed at a gym wall, if a person was standing over where your mother is and the gym wall's by the door, from 25 yards, you could hit the wall instead of your mother, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
So if you hit your mother, it's because you're aiming at her, right?
Yes, sir.
And if you hit those people that day, it's because you were aiming at them, wasn't it?
No, sir. I never aimed at any of them.
All right. You know the names of all the people who were injured?
No, sir.
You know how many were injured?
10, I think.
Do you know how badly any of them were injured that weren't killed?
No, sir.
Did you ever check?
No, sir.
From some of the people you knew in school, did you ever call them from the time you were in juvenile up until today to say, hey, how's everybody doing? The people that were shot, how are they doing?
No, sir.
Did you ever make any inquiry about how your victims were recovering from your murderous rampage?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you a diagram marked to another deposition as Exhibit E. Have you ever seen that before?
This diagram?
Mm-hmm.
No, sir.
Well, it's a diagram made by the police to show where people were who were killed and others who were injured and where the two shooters were. And those two shooters would be you and Mitchell Johnson, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they've got an index here. See this number here, 55? You know who that is?
No, sir.
That's the teacher, Shannon Wright. Did you see Shannon Wright outside that building that day?
No, sir.
Did you see people coming out of in response to the fire alarm you pulled?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell who any of them were?
No, sir.
From 25 yards away, you couldn't tell Miss Wright from 25 yards away?
No, sir.
From 25 yards away, you couldn't recognize any of the kids in your class?
No, sir.
You expect us to believe that?
I wasn't looking at them.
Where were you looking?
I was just looking out.
Looking out where?
Over the playground. I wasn't.
People are responding to the fire alarm that you pulled 25 yards away, and you can't recognize your own sixth grade teacher and two of them, as well as kids that you knew personally. You couldn't recognize them from 25 yards away?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, let's see. 66. Do you see that? Stephanie Johnson. That's where she was shot and killed. You see that?
Yes, sir.
You remember seeing Stephanie?
No, sir.
36. That's Brittany Varner. Right in the middle of the sidewalk. Do you remember seeing her?
No, sir.
All right. Then you've got Natalie Brooks and Paige Herring right here. See them?
Yes, sir.
See where they've got marked as the gym wall?
The gym wall.
Or classroom, I mean?
Yes, sir.
All right, here's the gym over here.
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us you're aiming at the gym wall.
Yes, sir.
And you're an expert marksman. And you couldn't tell whether you were hitting these people or some of them or that gym wall. And the gym wall went up like 30 feet in the air, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
And these kids were 4 feet tall or so, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
And if you wanted to hit the gym wall, not the kids, you're a better shot than to hit the kids, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And so when the commotion started and the shooting started, how many times did Mitchell Johnson shoot?
5 that I remember.
Okay, who shot first?
I did. I wanted to warn everybody to go back in.
Oh, so you shot to warn people to go back in?
Yes, sir.
And you had your gun up like you were aiming it?
No, sir.
What'd you do with it?
I had it and I shot. I didn't.
Okay, did you see Mitchell Johnson looking through the scope?
No, sir.
Well, you could tell if he would have the rifle with the scope, you knew he'd be looking through the scope, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, if he's looking through the scope to shoot people, why don't you just turn your gun and shoot him right between the eyes? You could have, couldn't you?
I don't know.
When he had his eye in that scope, he couldn't see you because he's looking through the scope, right?
I guess.
Isn't that true? You've shot through a scope.
Yes, sir.
And you know when you're looking through the scope, the only thing you can see is what's in that scope, right?
Yes, sir.
And that rifle scope was pointed to those kids and those teachers, right?
Yes, sir.
And all you'd have done to protect them and yourself would have turned your gun, instead of looking through the scope, right at Mitchell Johnson and dropped him. You could have done it, couldn't you?
I could have if I wouldn't have been scared.
How scared do you think these people were that were being slaughtered?
Terrified.
Who think was more scared, them or you?
They are probably.
Yeah, they were being ambushed by a couple of maniacs, weren't they?
Yes, sir.
Weren't they?
Yes, sir.
And you were one of those people doing the ambushing, weren't you?
I didn't ever intentionally shoot anyone.
That's a lie, and you know it, isn't it?
No, sir. I never aimed at anyone.
Oh, it's pure coincidental that 5 people lay dead with bullets through their head and their hearts by pure accident, right?
I never intended to. I never shot at anybody. I never.
You know what perjury is?
Yes, sir.
There'll be a time I'll be able to give this deposition to a prosecutor.
Yes, sir.
And when I do, I'm going to ask him to charge you with perjury, because that's a lie.
I won't object to that, Bob Anson stuff.
It's all very argumentative.
Okay. All right. Now, these other people that were shot, they're scattered out all over the place, aren't they?
Yes, sir.
All at random? Or did you pick out any targets?
I never aimed at anyone.
What did you have on you by the way of guns when you were apprehended?
I don't remember.
Did you have a pistol on you?
Yes, sir. There were some in the pockets of that vest. There were some in the pockets of those vests.
And were they loaded?
Yes, sir. I think they were.
And so you also had access to a loaded pistol that you could have turned on Mitchell Johnson anytime he turned his head or looked away, couldn't you?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do that either, did you?
Oh, sir, I was scared.
Now, when you were looking down there and you heard the shots ring out, and you shot the first shot, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see people start falling?
No, sir. I didn't.
Are you telling us you didn't see anybody fall down when they were shot?
No, sir. I don't remember any of that. There was like I don't know. I didn't. It was like I blanked out. I didn't see anything. I don't remember. The psychologist I talked to said it blanked out my mind.
I'm not worried about your psychologist. I'm asking you what you saw.
I don't remember.
In fact, as far as that goes, has any psychologist or psychologist ever interpreted you as having significant psychiatric difficulties?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
I take it then, because the psychologists back you up, you wouldn't have any objection to me getting your psychological records, would you?
No, sir.
Because they back you up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. In fact, I've got an authorization, a medical authorization here. I'll ask you to sign so I can do just that. Just a routine medical authorization.
We're going to object to that.
On what basis?
Till we have a chance to discuss that with him.
Okay. You just told us you didn't mind us getting it. That's true, isn't it?
He hadn't had a chance to discuss that with us.
Well, I'm not asking about what your lawyer's about. I'm just asking about you. You told us you didn't mind us getting your psychological records at all, didn't you?
I'd like to confer with them first.
So now you do have some concern about it?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see anybody fall down after they've been shot or collapse?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever look out there and see people laying on the ground?
Play Ludo King now.
No, sir, not that I remember.
Did you hear screaming and crying?
No, sir. I don't remember.
Did you say Johnson shot 5 times?
Yes, sir.
And how many times did you shoot?
I don't remember.
Well, if there were 10 people injured and 5 people killed, that's about 15 bullets, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
If Johnson shot 5, who would have shot the other 10?
It would have had to have been me.
You remember shooting more than once, don't you?
Yes, sir.
How many times do you remember shooting?
Just the first one for sure. I don't remember.
You remember only shooting one time and can't remember the rest of them?
Yes, sir.
Why did you fire the first shot?
I wanted everybody to go back in. It was a warning.
If you wanted everybody to go back in, why did you throw the fire alarm for them to come out?
It just got into. I'm scared, and I didn't.
Well, Mitchell Johnson hadn't shot until you did he?
No, sir.
So until you fired the first shot, there was no shooting to be afraid of because nobody fired yet, right?
No, sir.
So you're the one that started the shooting rampage.
Yes, sir.
Was there any reason one person was picked out to die as opposed to somebody else?
No, sir.
Had any of those kids done anything to you?
No, sir.
Tell me about the escape plan. What was the escape plan?
I don't know.
Well, after the shooting, after you stopped shooting, what did you do then?
I took off running.
Running where?
Towards the van. I was trying to get away from him.
Well, if you were going to get away from him, you were going to run right to his van where he was going to go?
I was thinking that if I could get there or if I could get to my grandparents' house, I'd be okay.
Well, if you want to get to the van, it was his van, wasn't it?
Yes, sir, it is.
So you're going to run right to where he was going to go? And that's a way of getting away from him? Okay. And what weapons did you have on you when you were apprehended?
I don't remember.
And tell me about the men on the roof. When did you first see them?
I don't remember really seeing them.
Do you remember shooting at them yourself or Johnson shooting at them?
I think he shot at him. I'm not sure. I remember seeing it maybe from his deposition that he did. I don't really remember it from then.
You saw in his deposition where he blamed you for all this.
Yes, sir.
And he said nothing about beating you up.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask the police to give you any medical attention when you were arrested?
No, sir.
Did you show them any bruises on your back or your head or your chest where you hit these places?
No, sir.
There weren't any, were there?
Yes, there were.
Oh, there were?
There were scratches and all kinds of stuff.
But were there any bruises on you?
I think there were. I don't know. That one would have been on my shoulders. I wouldn't have been able to see it.
Why did y'all stop shooting?
Because I ran.
Huh?
Because I ran.
Why did you start running?
Because I knew that his gun was empty, and I just...
How'd you know his gun was empty?
Because he fired those 5 shots.
What about the pistol in his pocket? Did you know it was empty too?
I thought he was reloading, so I just ran.
Well, he had at least 3 loaded pistols with him, didn't he?
I'm not sure. I think so, yeah.
Well, the Derringer and the 2 revolvers from the house?
Yes, sir.
And so you were willing to run after you shot at all these people, but you weren't willing to run before you shot at the people.
I was scared.
You weren't scared after you shot all those people, but you were scared?
I was scared then, too.
Had y'all made any plans about where you were going to go after the shooting?
No, sir. I didn't.
So you gathered up food and camping gear, but there was no discussion about where you might go hide out?
No, sir.
Now, do I understand you to claim that you feel remorse and regret?
Yes, sir.
And that you are terribly regretful of what happened?
Yes, sir.
And I understand from your mother that you'd never want to profit from this incident. Is that correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
I'd never want to profit from it from that.
You'd never want to sell a story or get money paid for your side of the story or anything like that?
No, sir.
That'd be wrong, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
You ever heard the name Treetop Pyru?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Some kind of gang that Mitchell's affiliated with.
He claimed to be affiliated with?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see him hanging out with any other alleged gang members?
No, sir.
Just a minute.
That's me, and this crowd surf all started with a hockey bet with Proline Plus. So we face off, and I hit a beauty of a parlay. As team captain, I lead the breakaway to our own post-game selling.
Ask you about these phone records, and we'll get to the phone records. Did you ever call anybody that's reflected? Have you looked over these phone records?
No, sir, not really.
Okay. Let's go back to the list then. We've asked about a list of all schools attended, the courses taken.
Yes, sir.
You got that?
I have a...
All right, we'll make that as 29. Then list of all jobs where there aren't any, right? Except the one you told us about?
Just the 2 that
list?
I volunteered for, yes, sir.
List of all persons you lived, you've given us that?
Yes, sir.
You got that written down?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll make that as 30. Now tell me when the paperwork was filled out to change your name. Who helped you fill out that paperwork?
It was on the internet. It was a LegalZoom or something.
Okay. And did you pay a filing fee at the courthouse?
I can't remember.
Where was this done? In Cape Girardeau?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Then, I think we've gotten all the attorneys and court proceedings. There hadn't been anything but the state and the federal court proceedings. Is that right?
Just the state and federal, yes, sir.
All right. And have you ever heard the name Daniel Scott Carra, K-A-R-R-A?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you ever gone by any other name? I think I asked you that and you have not, have you?
Just Andrew Golden and Drew Grant.
Okay. Have you applied for a hunting license from the time you got out of federal custody?
I have a Arkansas one.
Is it a gun permit or gun license?
Just a hunting license and fishing license.
A hunting license allows you to shoot guns?
Yes, sir. And for archery.
Okay. You applied for a hunting license in any state besides Arkansas?
Just Arkansas.
You've made, you've turned your Missouri driver's license in. You don't have a copy of it?
No, sir.
All right. Any video statements or recorded statements you've given to any media or publication or institution or anything like that except your psychologist? Right?
Just, yes, sir.
And no literary contracts or contacts have been made, right?
No, sir.
And any correspondence from Mitchell Johnson from the date of the event up to now?
No, sir.
Okay, we've got the telephone bills. We'll go through those as we need to. Let me have 2 minutes with my client, see if there's anything else we need to cover, and we're about finished.
The time is 4:09 p.m. and we are off the record. The time is 4:12 p.m. We are back on the record, counsel.
Cleanup question I forgot to ask you. What are you majoring in college? What are you planning on doing in the future?
Business right now, that's my major, but I don't know.
And the pawn shop you bought the gun at was on G Street. What's the name of it?
I can't remember.
Where on G Street is it?
I can't remember.
Can you tell me about where it is?
Just know it's on G Street.
Okay. You've told us that you don't remember any of the details of the shooting other than what you told us, right?
Yes, sir.
And you want these two survivors to believe that, and you want the parents of the other children who were killed to believe that, right?
Yes, sir.
And if I pay for it out of my pocket, would you take a polygraph to discuss the issue, a private polygraph?
We're going to object to that.
I understand the objection, but I'm just asking if you do it.
Well, we object to that question.
Tells me all I need to know. Thank you very much.
It's tempting to believe Andrew and think of him as the 11-year-old we've seen in yearbook pictures. It's reasonable to assume that Mitchell Johnson bullied him into taking part in the massacre.
We guarantee the products we ship are fresh.
How fresh?
Like really fresh. Fresh, like sourced directly from manufacturers or made by us. Our products are handled with care, stored at the perfect temp for peak freshness, and scanned at every step to make sure that nothing we ship is expired or about to expire. We do all that because your health and their health matters, and fresh wellness products are, well, better.
Yeah. Fresh is better.
Freshness guaranteed products checked, rechecked, and fast shipped to your doorstep. Just a few of the many ways we make wellness better at iHerb.
You live across oceans, across borders, across time zones. And even from worlds apart, you stay a part of their world, sending support from your province to your people in Lagos, Ho Chi Minh, or Amritsar. On time, as promised. With Remitly, sending money is fast, secure, and guaranteed, so your support gets there when it matters most. To you, it's a quick send. To them, it's everything. Remitly, trusted by millions to move money worldwide. People truly believe it was the other way around. But how on earth could a small 11-year-old bully a kid Mitchell's size? After all, Mitchell wasn't exactly defenseless. He had been in trouble countless times for fighting and was no stranger to school discipline for his actions. Many of those fights he admits he started himself. I struggle to see how a 13-year-old Mitchell Johnson could be coerced by 11-year-old Andrew. And ultimately, that's not what happened. But I also don't believe that Mitchell bullied Andrew into taking part. As you heard, Andrew claims he tried to stop Mitchell in his parents' house multiple times, but was unable to overpower him. That does make sense. What doesn't is the fact that he came back to Mitchell and started shooting after he went to pull the fire alarm. Also, how did Mitchell know how to get through the woods to the house with the guns if he'd never been there? And why did Andrew stay silent all these years when there were countless officials around him that he could have turned to? Also, I don't buy his "I forgot" defense. Andrew remembered every single shot Mitchell fired that day, but he can't recall information that makes him look the worst. Mitchell Johnson fired through a scope. Andrew was armed during this time. He could have stopped Mitchell, and he was capable of doing so at any time during the shooting, but he didn't because he was killing people too. In fact, according to Andrew's testimony alone, he would have had to have fired more shots than Mitchell. The point is, I wanted to believe Andrew, because it did make sense. After all, the boys weren't really known to be friends. They'd never even been over at each other's house. But my issue is, I think Andrew knew his story made sense. Painting the big angry one as the only monster was a clever move, but I simply don't believe it's true. I have not seen Andrew Golden's file regarding his mental state, but I do have a source I won't name that claims paperwork regarding the evaluation of Andrew Golden put him on par with a psychopath or sociopath. Of course, I'll never know for sure because those records are sealed. The boys were the only two American school shooters walking free. In 2019, Andrew Golden was living in Jackson, Missouri with his wife and child. While driving his Chevy Tahoe down the highway near Cave City, Arkansas, he would be involved in a head-on collision when another vehicle that was driven by 59-year-old Daniel Petty, for some unknown reason, swerved over the center line. Both Andrew Golden, who then went by Drew Grant, and Daniel Petty were killed in the crash. Stephanie Grant and the 2-year-old child that she shared with Andrew, as well as another unnamed passenger in the other car, all survived. You could say that's sad, but you could also call it karma. As for myself, I don't forget or forgive those that intentionally murder kids. At best, I'd rate my feelings towards Andrew's death as indifferent, and that's at best. I remember school before and after the West Side tragedy. Overnight, everything changed. Suddenly there was this new rule against making terroristic threats. Simple phrases we used daily with our friends like, "I'm gonna kill you," were now taken seriously. In fact, after March 24th of 1998, telling someone you were going to kill them was about the most serious offense you could make on school grounds. It didn't matter if you were joking, this wasn't a joking matter. It was hard to adjust to that, but we had to. There was zero tolerance and kids were getting suspended for it. On occasion, the cops were even called to deal with these issues. In-school language was never the same. The social landscape of school shifted, and it was never going back. I often wonder what it was like for those who had to return to the halls of Westside, what their first fire drill felt like, how those 5 empty seats impacted their return. I guess technically it was 7 empty seats. I've seen people in Jonesboro talking about Westside as the first school shooting in America. But March 24th of 1998 was not the first tragedy of its kind. In fact, you might be surprised to find out that from Westside, right back to the year 1900, there were 427 separate school shootings in the United States. And that does not include self-termination or incidents that occurred during wartime. And the list goes back further than that. In fact, in 1898, exactly 100 years before Westside, 6 people were killed in a shooting during a school exhibition in Charleston, West Virginia. And if you trace that date back to the 1840s, you'll find another 31 separate school shootings to add to the list. I've also heard people say that Westside was one of the worst school shootings to date in America because of the number of victims. And while it's true, many of the incidents on our list saw 1 or less than 1 casualty, I feel like we'd still be downplaying a few important historical tragedies by rating Westside. For instance, in 1966 in Austin, Texas, A 25-year-old engineering student named Charles Whitman gunned down 15 people on campus at the University of Texas. During his 96-minute assault, Charles Whitman wounded 31 others. This was actually the deadliest shooting on campus until Virginia Tech in 2007. To make matters worse, earlier that day, Charles had murdered his wife and his mother before setting his sights on his classmates. That was 1966. Also in 1966, in Mesa, Arizona, 18-year-old Robert Smith took 7 people hostage at Rosemar College of Beauty. He made them each lie down in a circle before firing executing shots into them. 5 of them, including a 3-year-old girl.
All Canadians are nice. Don't do it. But at Botano, our players sure are. Join in the fun at Botano.
When Robert was arrested, he told authorities he was inspired by the previous guy I mentioned, Charles Whitman. Then 10 years later, in July of 1976, in Fullerton, California, a 37-year-old custodian at CSU shot 9 people, killing 7 of them. Then in January of 1989, Stockton, California, 24-year-old Patrick Edward Murphy gunned down 5 children and wounded 32 others at Cleveland Elementary before turning his weapon on himself. And even just before Westside, I remember a conversation with my mom about 2 school shootings in 1997. October 1st, Pearl, Mississippi. 16-year-old Luke Woodham murdered his mother, his 16-year-old girlfriend, and 1 other female classmate, injuring 7 others in the process. December 1st of 97, in Paducah, Kentucky, 14-year-old Michael Carneal gunned down 3 students in a prayer circle and injured 5 others. Our country had a history of this well before Westside. Believe it or not, Westside wasn't even the first school shooting in Arkansas. A mere 3 months prior to the tragedy, in Stamps, Arkansas, 14-year-old Joseph Colt Todd camped in a secluded wooded area with a gun and fired shots at kids as they entered the school building. Luckily, he only injured 2 people. I list all these not to rate the deaths of innocent children, but rather to put the problem into perspective. Ask yourself, especially if you're from Jonesboro, why haven't you heard of the other 427 school shootings in the 1900s? It's certainly not because you don't care, but it might be because the next tragedy happens faster than our ability to recover. We still have scabs when new wounds form. On April 20th of 1999, almost exactly a year after Westside, 2 12th grade students gunned down 14 people plus themselves at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. One of the victims passed away in 2025 due to complications stemming from her injuries. Her death was marked as a homicide. In Jonesboro, I remember the effect the news had on our town. We felt like we were just starting to pick up the pieces, starting to accept the facts and try to move on. Columbine was a stark reminder not to drop our guards. But I noticed that in an instant, Jonesboro, Arkansas and Westside Middle School sank back into the shadows of our country. People outside our town stopped talking and started forgetting. And I guess that's what consecutive extreme tragedies do. When I posted in a local group looking to interview those affected by Westside, some people weren't happy. Leave it alone, I was told. But I also noticed comments from Jonesboro residents that had moved to town long after Westside. To my surprise, they didn't have a clue what I was talking about. That meant they had never heard of the victims. They had never heard of the hero teachers, specifically Shannon Wright, who sacrificed herself so that another student may live. They didn't know that our community as a whole was one unified survivor. This is why hushing talk about the Westside Middle School tragedy seems so off to me. I was even informed by one person that if survivors of Westside needed to talk, they should seek therapy, not speak publicly. When we shut up, we start to forget. And in my opinion, the idea that forgetting or leaving it alone is for the best is a dangerous, blaring false alarm. Mitchell Johnson is in his 40s now. For many, including me, opinions remain that he should have never been let out of prison. That's not likely to change, and neither will the reality of what he did. Regardless, some of those affected by the tragedy truly have found forgiveness for Mitchell's actions. This even includes Shannon Wright's adult son, Zane. But overall, forgiveness in Jonesboro, Arkansas is still scarce. This is both due to the gravity of the crimes and also the fact that Mitchell has never given a true public interview. That is, until now. For the first time ever, speaking exclusively to One Crime TV, this is what Mitchell Johnson had to say.
You know, I live a very private life. I live in regret every day of what's happened. You know, I've made some really bad decisions really young. I was misguided, you know, influenced by a lot of different cultures, man, a lot of negativity, you know. A lot of people back then, you know, trying to fit in, be cool, and, you know, just be somebody I wasn't. You know what I mean? I've grown to know that what you know, obviously what me and Andrew done was completely wrong. Nobody deserved that. Even though we were bullied, even though people messed with us, even though people took it to the extremes before that happened, and it overboiled, and it was a very tragic thing. The people that were hurt and lost were completely innocent. It should have never happened, period. I know a lot of people in society feel I should never be free. I know a lot of people in society are still mad to this day, rightfully so. I have asked for forgiveness. I have been forgiven by families, by God, by Jesus Christ. And I live that way now.
Rule number 1, you know my name, not my story.
That way now. It was very difficult, man, coming out of prison at 21 with nothing, not knowing anybody, not knowing anything, trying to figure it out, you know. So again, I screwed up. I made some mistakes, and you know, during my sentencing for the pistol charge and you know the credit card charge, it was all misdemeanor stuff. You know, but they gave me, or ended up giving me, like 54 years total, you know, over misdemeanors, which again they cited was because of who I was, that I didn't deserve to be free. And I spent another 8.5 years in prison from 23 to 31. I'm still on parole right now, over $65, which, okay, I get it. I messed up. But now I have decided to be the best person I could be every day, conscientiously. I choose every day to be positive. I choose every day to be grateful that I'm here. I choose to be, you know,
thank you guys for
a blessing
tuning
to
in,
others
man.
instead of a curse now, you know. But all that has had to come, you know, from the hard knocks of learning the hard way. And none of this was about my mom and my stepdad. They're the best people on earth, dude. They are the best people on earth. I talk to them daily to this day. You know, my real dad, if anything, he was violent all the time. You know what I mean? I'm from Minnesota originally.
Thank you for
we moved to
being here.
Arkansas because my mom left my dad, my real
This
dad.
is a really good
my mom
story.
was a U.S. Marshal and a federal corrections officer for 16 years. Okay? She met my stepdad there. So anyway, when my mom left my dad, my real dad, Scott, she moved to Kentucky. And while in Kentucky, she, you know, she was a lieutenant, or she was a guidance counselor in the federal prison. They sent her to training in Little Rock, and that's when she ran back into my stepdad, Terry, and they got together. He was free. He was in a halfway house or whatever, and it was love after that, and still is. It wasn't their fault. They had no idea. They had no idea,
Don't
bro.
forget to sub, guys.
They had no idea.
Subscribe
You know
and
what
like.
I mean? And a lot of people try and say, oh, it's the parenting. No, it wasn't, bro. I was in the streets at 9 years old without them even knowing. I was running with gangs and they didn't have a clue. When I was in Minnesota, I had absolutely no supervision. My real dad was gone, you know, 3.5 weeks out of a month. You know, he was an over-the-road trucker, so I did whatever I wanted to do, and I hung with the homies, and we just did all type of mischievous, treacherous stuff. There was no supervision. But when I got home, when I got back to my mom and stepdad, I had to tone it down. or I was getting my butt whooped. You know what I mean? So I was caught between, you know, I was living a double life in essence. I was, you know what I mean? And dude, listen, the impact this has had on them has been, you know, devastating as well, bro. They live, you know, they live a hand-to-mouth existence, and you know, it's just, it is what it is. They've had to swallow all the backlash. They've had to swallow all the hate, and that's not fair to them. It was not their fault. It's mine, and I regret that to this day too. You know what I mean? It was all me. It was my
Thank
decision
you guys.
to help
See
Andrew.
you later.
And no, I didn't force him